So we're about to be going live. We should be going live any second now. And
we're live.
It says we're live.
Yes. Do you
I'm
hear
not
us,
seeing us on
Franklin?
YouTube. I'm wondering why. Does it take a little while to get to YouTube? Oh, there we go. Well, here we are. I'm not hearing anything.
Yeah. Do you hear us, Franklin?
Hello?
No. Yes, we
Well,
hear
I can't
you.
hear myself speak. I hope you guys can hear what's happening. Welcome to everybody. I'm having some serious issues here with my audio. Not quite sure what the situation is, but we've got the crew here. We've got Moonfeather, which is our awesome heart speaker. She's clairvoyant. She's got ESP abilities. We've got Libalam here, who's also a wonderful meditator with the ESP abilities as well. He's been training for a long time. All sorts of occult traditions, much time in Buddhism, the Western occult as well. There's myself. I'm a jack of all trades, been in this proverbial game for a few decades, everything from Western to Eastern to shamanism as well in the wilderness. And we've got Konami codes. We've got Kalal here, who's a wonderful, sensitive being, also ESP, also very, very powerful numerologist and decoder, code breaker. I hope you're all having an awesome time. We've got Rama in the chat. She's going to be chatting to people in the chat here. So much love to all of you. I hope you can all hear us well. And without further ado, we'll be going into the session, which we've got planned today. We've got a couple of people that are still going to be turning up in a little while. Ronan should be turning up in a while. I just recently saw that he was having issues. And unfortunately, Rama's not feeling that well. She can't really speak. Her throat is she's feeling under the weather, shall we say. So to begin with, we're going to be speaking about numbers and how fundamental numbers are and how the structure of language is essentially a reflection of numbers and how we can understand all alphabetical notations as reflections of numbers, as numbers are the fundamental way in which the universe can be coded and decoded. And as we look at the nature of reality, we notice that it seems like it's being coded. It seems like it's bit code, and it's flickering very fast in the way that a drive would be flickering reality as a holographic projection, if you would. And since ancient times, numbers have been the way in which things have been decoded, coded. So essentially, without getting too lost in the beginnings of the numbers, let's give all of our members a chance to say hello. Welcome. Moonflower, if you would take the floor.
Blessings and greetings to everyone. Peace and love. Thank you so much, Franklin, for inviting me to another wonderful forum. We're going to talk about numbers today, and I'm excited because it's all I've been doing all week. It's naturally been coming into my energy. Peace, love, and greetings to you, Kalal, and to Libra Lam. I would love to send healing energy to Rama. She's not feeling well. I spoke with her yesterday. I know she's in the background. So we're sending lots of positivity, love, and healing light towards you. And I'm so grateful to be here. What's up, Ronan?
What's up, guys? I apologize for being rude and coming late. Just a lot going on. So I'm going to do a lot more listening and learning because I want to hear what some of you number masters have, and I will add what I can. Peace and harmony, everyone.
Love, peace, and power, Ronan, Moonfeather, Libra, Lamb, Bush Whisperer, all my love to Ramah and everyone who's down with the weather. There's been a lot of energetic attacks going down this week. They're not going to do nothing on this side as long as we are aware and focused and especially united.
Yeah, guys. To add to that, Kalel, I had a death in the family earlier this week, and what you're talking about is I can tell how it manifests that heavy energy. lots of people are deciding to transition and check out as opposed to a battle to hang here because it's so heavy. So if you guys are feeling that heaviness, there's a reason why for that.
Well, peace and power to you, Ronan. I am so sorry for your loss, but everything that you are speaking is exactly right. We're going to get into all that, though. We're going to get into all that.
So glad to be coming together with you guys for this conversation. This is, I think, such a big development. We started with divine masculine and divine feminine. And I think this is, when I was looking into, researching different information I wanted to share, I realized it fits so intuitively for us to be doing this as our next roundtable discussion. I'm so excited to be speaking with you guys. I hope all goes well, Ronan. I'm sorry to hear about that loss in the family, and Rama, I hope you feel better soon as well. So glad to be here with you guys as well, though.
Yo, so let's get into it. For Bush Whisperer is coming back. He's having technical difficulties, and we know we're all used to that. Yo, so where do you guys want to start, man? The power of numbers. Anyone want to jump in on this?
So,
Numerology is the first language, right? It is the first and ultimate universal language. There is nothing that is not numerical. Everything in this universe is imprinted with energy that can be felt and observed, if not necessarily seen. Energy is forever, right? You cannot destroy it. You can only change form or template, right? Transmogrify. Numerically, you notice something. You see it again. You're supposed to think and kind of reflect, but when you see it for that third time, that magic number, that's called confirmation. And it goes on and on and on from there.
So I think it'd be good if we share our life path numbers so people are kind of seeing where we're coming from and how the numbers fit into our lives. So I guess I'll go first. So my life path number is 9, which has to do with mastery. And it plays in different ways, but I feel that the words that come to my mind is acceptance and accepting nothing less. I'm interested in what you guys are, how you guys see your own numbers though as well.
I was wondering if there were going to be any other 9s here. I am also a 9 life path. 9 is completion. 9 is endings. 9 is able, breath, child, deity, evolution, fortune, health, grateful, worship, love, money, knock, upright, journey, thought, reason, inspiration. 9 covers a lot because 9 is kind of like the vice president. It leads from the back and lets the 1 be the leader out front. It's kind of like the power behind the throne.
Yo, so I'm going to read this straight from Kalel's grimoire for me. My life path number is number 1. And based off of that, I'm just going to read straight from what Kalel got for me. Your life path number is a strong vibration, one of individuality and invention. Those with a life path number 1 tend to be ambitious, individualistic, determined, and likely to take on a leader role in any venture. You are likely more drawn to independent, creative, and innovative pursuits. You like the freedom to follow your own goals and be the boss when it comes to making any and all of your life decision. Be wary of overexerting yourself and losing focus in your endeavors. So that's what I got from Kalel on that portion. I'll read another. I'll continue. Your life path number 1 is derived from karmic debt number 19, suggesting there is much to be learned in dealing with and overcoming personal struggles. You are likely to be required to stand on your own and learn to be independent in ways that will not hinder your future progress, but also not make you into a one-man band. Although independence can be a powerful tool, you need to be more understanding to those around you who are there to assist and help you in your life's journey. Be more open and receptive to human connection. Nailed it. So that's for anyone else out there. That's a life path number 1, which, like myself, that's hopefully you gain a little bit from that.
And hopefully reach out to Ronan too, because he's a powerful life path number 1 with his decentralized finance. He really takes that in a powerful direction. That's my view on it.
Thank you, brother.
Yes, 1 is the number of a leader, of course.
Most definitely. And he is natural born.
Thanks, guys. Thank you.
Hello. I hope you're all well. I hope you're all thriving.
Do you hear us, Franklin?
Yeah, Franklin, you're struggling. You're on mute right now, and you sound...
Oh, I'm so sorry. I've had nothing but an issue with my new microphone. I plugged it in, and for some reason, the moment I plugged it in, everything went haywire, and my audio turned off. So I had to just put it down, and it seemed like it was working perfectly fine earlier. When I went into the studio, it started having issues. But welcome to you all. I heard you talking about your life path number 1. Beautiful. 1 is a very powerful number. I mean, let's not forget, it's the number of unity. It's the number that unifies. It's the number that's, I mean, it's from whence all other numbers are derived, the essence. It all starts with the number 1. The number 1, when you consider it, it is everything. It's the potential, it is the power, it is movement, it is the action, it is result, it is all at once happening. It's the symbol of the mentalist plane when we consider the hermetic principles. When we consider the mentalist, we are considering everything all at once. There's no movement because the movement is implied at rest. So it's very much central to all cosmological principles. And of course, the number 1 does resonate with the sun, as well as the number 1 carries how can I put it, the esoteric qualities of the sun with it too. And of course, you would be a number 1 because you are quite a straightforward extrovert personality, and that generally does come with number 1. I'm so sorry that I've been late, and yeah, I'm very excited about the project that's going on. I don't want to jump in and stop you. I just wanted to say hello.
Well, Franklin, let's work on your mic real quick because you're spitting fire and it's very difficult. Can we do another mic test with you, my friend? A sound test? Because it's crackly the whole time, and we want to hear you clear because your message is powerful, brother. I don't know if you have a lot going on your computer. If you have a bunch of stuff on your computer, if you could shut that down, that helps. Like background stuff in the background. If you have like Telegram and other stuff, that usually helps me.
Is that a lot if I put it like that? I think that should probably improve things greatly.
I'm seeing some improvement. It's a little bit crackly, but that whole sentence came out pretty well.
Yeah, a little bit better, a little bit.
But in the meantime, Moonfeather, do you want to talk about your life path number?
Okay, so I am a life path 8. So, geez, my goodness, where do I begin? First of all, it's the infinity symbol, right? It's also the sign for, it's also the number, let's see, for wealth. It says, I am also very multi-talented, for sure. Restless, I get bored quick. But once I'm able to get focused, trust me, there's nothing to stop me. Highly intuitive. And as I've gotten older and more into my energy, that's become even more powerful. let's see. I know Kala has sent me like a list of things and what eights belong, but I can't find that list right now. But besides that, in the tarot, 8 is also the number of strength. So I definitely relate to that a lot, you know, and this is how connecting with myself has been able to understand numbers. And one number is not, you know, oh, like the end all be all number. All numbers are special, you know. And as Kalal said, you know, in gematria, numbers go from 1 to 9. Absolutely. And especially when you're going to break down, you know, somebody's birthday or names or things like that, you know. But then also when you go over to the world of tarot, which is right based on the Cabala, they have all the way up until 13, 14, 15, you know, I think it's up until 18 or something like that, 19. But either way, like, let's say if you just want to do 1 through 10, you know, just as Kalal says, 9 is the end of, you know, the ending of things and stuff. But then the 10 is also representative of 1. So it's like going back to the beginning, you know. So, but everything, it's all this, it's all the same, you know. It's just a matter of where you look at it through different, you know, through different perspectives. But yeah.
Yeah, Kalal, do you want to break down some of the basis of these numbers, 1 through 9, which is the makeup of all the other numbers? If you guys want to, I heard a beautiful teaching from the homie Symbolic Studies recently on the number 5, and he went beautiful teachings on the number 5. And I love when you think of gematria, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's kind of like, I think of 5 as like a right in the middle, like a bit of a seesaw, you know what I mean? And 5 is right there. So I love those teachings, but I don't know if Kalal or Franklin wants to really break down the numbers 1 through 9.
We were thinking of going one at a time. So like 1, and then we all just discuss 1, 2, all discuss 2, so on to 9. I feel like that would be good just for us to all, you know, throw in our ideas and stuff relating to each number to give each of them their due diligence.
Well, that's really the only way to do it.
I hope you can hear me better now. Do not if you can.
Yes,
Great.
much better.
I will start by saying I think it's important to consider the fundamental triad, because all numbers come from the process of the fundamental triad. So we have the 1, which is unity, which is the beginning of all things, which is the mental. And the 1, in order to produce diversity from unity, it had to project potential. And so potential became the second sphere, the sphere of 2. And so the sphere of 2 holds all the potentialities. It is essentially of force, of projection, of reception. It holds all polarities within its breast. And when the 1 had projected from itself the potentiality was multiplied back by the 1, for unity affects and reflects upon all things that it creates. And so there was formed the triad, and the triad is the beginning of the formation of form, of structure. So in my mind, when we're looking at 1 and 2, we're looking at very abstract principles. And when we consider the number 3, it's where the first form starts coming into being, and which is why when you look at the pictures of the chakras, there's all these triangles. And these triangles are rather fundamental. And 3 is the mystic number of 4. We can get into this later. Though I think when we look at the structure of the first 3 numbers, we regained a full octave where 1 is again reflected back at 1 in the form of 3, where 3 is again a complete form, like a complete set, if you will, because we've got the 1 creating potential for change, and the potential for change has restructured itself back towards itself. only it's not the same as it was. It is now 3 instead of 1. And so 3 holds the potential of all shifting energies to manifest, and it's the manifestational number, effectively. So when we speak of affirmations, we do them in 3s. When we all know this, it's very lucky to do things 3 times. Think about it. How many times have you heard superstitious sayings when people say, knock 3 times, or say that 3 times, or do this 3 times? 3 seems to be a very auspicious number. It relates to Jupiter on one level. On another level, it's quite a broad spectrum when you consider 3 in its abstraction, because it's also got shadows of Saturn in it, or the element of contemplation also comes back to 3. 3 is essentially the basis of understanding of all things. This is the Kabbalistic way of looking at the numbers. And so the 3 then needed to become stabilized. It became 4. And the 4 becoming stabilized was an effect, and this is my life path number. So 4 is all about stability. 4 is all about structure. 4 is the number of the builder. It's building, it's creating structure, it's relating to the logistics, which is why the pyramids and the ancient Egyptians, they were the building race. And as the builders, they were focused on the number 4 primarily, as it was a reflection of their ideology and cosmologies. And it was also the structure whereby you can create geometric notations to build big things that can be well fortified, well structured with stability. And so the stability then became the next octave of 3. Thus, it is an overtone of 2. So 2 and 4 are overtones of each other, where 2 is potential, 4 is that potential instability. So 4 is a double octave of 2, which is why we see 2 and 2 becomes 4. And when we follow the double octave of 4, we get to Moon Feather's number, which is 8, which is a trinity in itself, because we have the 2, which is the potential moving into the stability, and the stability multiplied by the potential becomes completion, right? You want to create something, you need the potential, you need the stability, you put the potential into the stability, and you end up with a sense of completion. It's not the complete number, but 8 is where you reach your point of completion, which is why it's the mystic number of 9. And when we look at 3, we multiply 3, we get to the Microsophos, which is the heart chakra, the paradigm of the Merkaba. So when we look at 3 in its second octave, we get 6. And where 3 is the dynamic manifestation, 6 is the harmony of the dynamic manifestation brought into being. And so 6 becomes the element through which 1 can manifest, which is why when we look at the Merkaba is holding the Ida and the Pingala, the rising and the falling currents of consciousness, and the inner and outer projections of consciousness in place by the harmonies that it maintains within the sphere of the heart. So 6 is thus an octave of 3. And when we follow, that's my dog walking around, I hope it's not affecting the audio. When we follow the 3, 6 into its third octave, we find the 9. We've now reached completion. So 2 and 3 added together is the mystic number of completing with the number of completion, which is why 8 often relates to money. 8 often relates to power. 8 often relates, there's a Saturnian element in 8 as well. Very powerful Saturnian element of calculation, because 8 is the final calculations and the final double check to make sure that the structures of stability are perfect. And so we can consider it to be the perfecting intelligence, as it is known in mystical circles, Kabbalistic law. So 8 is a very powerful number, probably in a sense, the power, because when you look at the sacred geometry and you observe the cube, you observe how the cube is a structure that holds the Merkaba. But the Merkaba is only held within the cube because it sits within an octagon. So there is something very interesting to consider about the nature of the geometry of being. And these geometries of beings are acoustic fields that have been put into pictures that we can consider in 2-dimensional form of 3-dimensional reactions, which are the acoustic field observed. This is, the geometry comes from, essentially from the ancient Greeks, as we've probably come across in our research. So the reality of 9 being an octave that completes 8, and 6 and 4 being very, very important as they play together as both being the double octave of what is created in the first octave of 3, in the second octave of 3. In other words, the 3 becoming 6, the 2 becoming 4. When you add the 4 and the 6 together, you end up back at 1, which is really interesting the way this works. Because when we've taken the potential and what we can call the actual, and we put them together, we end up with going back to the supernal unity. Only now we've got a sphere to encompass. So we've got the number 10. And so I don't want to get too deep in here, but I just thought I'd share a few ideas about where the numbers came from in its birth from the earlier cosmological systems. And the number that is the odd one out is the number 7. Now, the number 7 is a magical number. This is why we all have such respect for the number 7, because the number 7 implies a completion, but it's not a completion on the physical level of completion. It's a shadow of 9, but it's a microcosmic shadow of 9, because we are now compounding 3, which is manifestation, and 4, which is stability. And we are compounding manifestation and stability to create a manifesting stability. And this we can consider as the nature of the self. And so the 7 rays are born from the 7. And the 7 is quite fundamental to the structuring of reality. We can consider the number 7 as being overcoming your challenges on a personal level. It relates to emotions very powerfully. Venus is often being named as having very powerful 7 vibrations, although it's not in its obvious form. It's more in its mystical form, mystical number of 7, which is why we speak of Venus as being the gateway to the mysteries that takes us into ourselves, and the emotions is the way in which we travel in. So that 7 is a very powerful number of the mystic for this reason. And I'm going to let Carlisle, I'm sure Carlisle's got a whole lot to share. I don't want to get too carried away here.
Well, thank you for that, brother. It's very, very interesting terms that you chose, because we're essentially saying the same thing. Now, in truth, there are truly only 2 numbers, and those would be 0 and 1. Right? This is why 9/11 was such a grand ritual, a worldwide ritual that was not just enacted and mostly felt here in America, but it reverberated around the world for a reason, because it skipped 10. Right? What does that mean? That means that when we understand that 9 is the embodiment of the 1 and 0, the 1 is just curved, same with the 6, which is its mirror. We can understand that when it comes to the 9 meiotic cell divisions that are needed to create life, well, that comes directly because of the 1 and the 0. 1 plus 0 is 1, 1 plus 1 is 2, 2 plus 2 is 4, 4 plus 4 is 8, 8 plus 8 is 16, and so on and so forth until you get to 5, 12, right? If you lay those numbers out from left to right and then add them up and continuously add and reduce the double digits, you will come to 7, 5, 1, 2, 4, 8. What does that mean? Well, there's some numbers missing. That number I just gave you is the number of actual creation itself, the actual material, the mater, the mother. The spirit of that is 369. So when you look at the circle, which is 360, when you look at the triangle, which from a certain angle is 120 from every angle, which is also 360. When you look at the square, which is 4 angles of 90-degree angles, which is the squared circle, which is why little boys love wrestling so much to this day, because it's the squared circle. That's for a reason. The sequence in which the frequency chooses to express itself is numerical. Each one is a frequency. This is why technology, this is why we're all locked in our cells, or locked in our cell phones, rather, right? Because not only is it set up based on the divine proportion, four corners, typically with those of which are rounded, but also because you have a coding, right? This code is now written by you, and it's all numerical. A phone makes absolutely no difference whether you have a signal or whether you have a charge if you don't have a number to call.
Oh, that was powerful.
Something I like about the number 7 is interesting because it's, well, several reasons. In some of the magicians, the big magicians out there will use like a 7. It almost looks like a serpent's tongue in a way, and they'll use that to cast their spells in their logos. So they'll use 7. You'll see 7 a lot in their rituals. Of course, you have 7 chakras, which is amazing. I mean, you have, something that's interesting when you look at some of these rainbow flags out there. It's like they're using 6 colors instead of 7 colors of a natural rainbow. That's they're casting spells in reference to that. And even just knowing time, I love the Spanish really helps with this. When you think about maybe March being really the first month of the year, and then you go into September, 7, right? October 8, Nueve, November, right? Deca, December. So even knowing time, they will lie to you about time, right? And that also boils down the numbers, and that is so that you're off and can't maybe fully connect in some of those more powerful times. You know what I mean?
Have you guys noticed, like, growing up, this was something I really struggled with, was intuitively, like, having a feel for the months, because it threw me off that it wasn't lined up. Like, it's always been something that's, jarred me.
7 days of the week, that's to take our power away. Oh, sorry, Khalil. I mean, you'll see the 7 used by these magicians, not for your benefit, but you can see 7 everywhere. Not that 7 itself is bad. We all know, right? Moonfeather said numbers themselves aren't bad. It's also interesting when you in the gambling world, right? 7 has the most combination of numbers when you're playing their games. It has actually like the most combination, 3 + 4, and all these types of things, 2 + 5. So 7 has also that combination of all these numbers. Just basic observation. Go ahead, Khalil. Sorry, brother.
No, that's all right. Numbers are not intuitively good or bad. 7 is arguably the one we would say would be bad from a perspective of ego, because it is the most unluckiest number. The only time 7 is lucky is when it is accompanied by 2 other 7s, which is referred to as a lightning strike, right? So this is why casinos use the 777 to actually attract people who have bad luck, not good luck, right? Like that's the way that energy works. 7 is also the number of technology. It's the number of the genius and IQ, people who tend to have more book smarts than street smarts, that lone wolf energy. But 7 is the loner, literally. It has such a deep relationship with spirituality that most are kind of put off by it, but they can't help but look at it. So one thing about 7, you don't want to get married or start a relationship under the energy of a 7, because it will never work. And I would employ anyone to look at any relationship, especially those that are publicized, especially the ones that are publicized, because you'll notice that there's a 7 involved somewhere.
That's interesting. And another thing about the number 7 is there are 7 combinations. When you take, and I love what you said, Carlisle, it's so on point about there are only 2 numbers. I would go as far as to say there is only 1 number, which is saying the same thing as what you're saying in a different way, because there is essentially just the number 1. And as you say, all these other shadows of that number are working towards the 0, which is a very strange concept of the proportions of inertia, the proportions of centrifuge and centripetal forces of creation and destruction happening sympathetically. However, with the number 7, what's so fascinating is if you take the monad, the duad, and the triad, the trinity, essentially, you take the first 3 principles. When you compound the first 3 principles, and in my perspective, when I consider the first 3 principles, I consider the first principle, which is thought. And I consider the second principle, which is energy. And I consider the third principle, which is form, if we want to take it into its abstract concepts. When we take thought, energy, and form and compound them, with those 3, you can make 7 possible combinations, because you've got the 1, the 2, and the 3, the 1 and the 3, the 1 and the 2, the 2 and the 3, and then the 1, the 2, and the 3. And so those 7 combinations are essentially the 7 rays. And so the 7 rays are essentially made out of the first 3. And the first 3 are essentially the first ray, which is thought, being compounded to be considered as energy. And when you consider it as energy, it must have form. For energy must have a place to exist. Otherwise, it cannot be energy. So the moment you take the potential of 1 and bring it into dynamic stasis, you've got 3. And the moment you consider the 3 and bring it into actualization, you have 7. So 7 is a very direct reflection of the number 3 in a very subtle and mystical way. And so 7 rays are essentially the structuring forces of the cube of space, or Cabala. And back to Ronan's number 1, 1's always sits in the center, because it's the 6 principles. Something you touched on about how many of these newer wave, and it's not just new, but many of these occult principles are hiding the system in plain sight behind the 6. Because when we consider the sun as being the heliocentric center, the model that we're looking at it through, then you can see 6 as 6. So you're looking at the mystic number of 7 here. So there's a shadow of 6 that's in 7. For 7 is essentially 6 multiplied into its center, which is the 7th element. So when we consider it in this way, it's pointing back at the 6 in a secret manner. And something that touches on what Liber Lam said about the movement. We can't have this conversation without comparing the heliocentric model of astrology with, and I'm sure Liber Lam's probably going to have quite a mouthful to say about this, with the model from the Indian, which is the sidereal model. And it has to do very interestingly with the moon. So when we're obviously calculating things from the moon, we get a different number. And so we have this heliocentric model, and we have this sidereal model. And the sidereal model seems to contain a mystic version of the heliocentric model. And so there's this very interesting inversion that happens when we look at things through the heliocentric model. And I think that what you were saying a moment ago, Ronan, this relates to the use of the heliocentric model, which is the sun is the center of the universe, or the sun is the center of our galaxy, where in India and in the older models, which were all essentially sidereal models, when you look at all the old astrology, it was based on the moon. And when you focus as the moon as your central pivot, you're going to get different math, you get different numbers. This is rather interesting into where we are right now, where all of our months have been heliocentrically arranged. And when we look at the considerations from the moon, we end up with a completely different set of numbers. I'd love for you guys to give your feedback on this.
Well, that's 1,000% right. The heliocentric model is trash and pseudoscience. It has its place, I think, more so as a learning tool, but its history of only 500 years kind of speaks for itself. I think those who observe it centrally just haven't widened their scope of knowledge that far yet, which is fine. But when you compare it to other systems, this is why we have other systems. And then this is why it makes more sense when it comes to information to have a more holistic view as opposed to a more centralized Eastern or even Western view of something only. Very true.
That's wonderful, guys. Thank you so much for that, Kala and Franklin. I absolutely love Libra Lamb's idea of starting with the number 1 and just working our way down. I don't know who would like to start. And what I could do is that afterwards I could bring in the tarot aspect of the numbers when we go by them one by one. I think that'll be fun.
Why don't you start there?
Of course, put me on the spot. Okay, so are we in agreement, guys? Do you want to do that? You want to start with going from 1 to and I'm gonna. I love how Kyle came in and he said, that there really are only 2 numbers, right? 0s and 1s. It's so true, right? And even though 0 technically has no value, but it still comes before the 1. And I equate the 0 to feminine energy and the 1 to masculine energy, like the phallic, and the 0 is like the womb. It's what gives birth to everything, right? To 1, and then everything going right down the line to 9, So I think it's wonderful. 0 is a great number. Yes, it has no value by itself, but would you rather have $1 or would you rather have $1,000? You got to add zeros to it to create value, right? So there's symbology in that as well. So, but anyway, so if we're gonna start with the number 1, right? So
hold up. That was wonderful. But I want to second what you just said because you just took the words out of my mouth. 0 is the first and only number because all other numbers come from it, including the 1. It gives birth to the 1 first, which is proof of this world that we live in because everything is inverted, which is the only reason why we have men in the first place. All that comes directly from the 0. So yes, everybody must have zeros. We want more zeros, right? So thank you for that. Please continue.
So, go ahead, move further.
No, go ahead.
Okay, so I would encourage everyone at home to do a search for Phoenician numbers as opposed to the alphabet to get an idea, because a lot of these think of numbers, think of all the written down things as sigils, glyphs, however you want to place them. The Phoenician numbers are built on angles. And I have to bring up a picture. So the number 1 has 1 angle. The number 2, built like a Z, has 2 angles, right? The 3, built like a sideways M, has 3 angles, so on and so forth. The 4, right? The 5, written like this. The 6, these are... it's built into the numbers, so evidently they built their numbers based on angles. And so like 8 has 8 angles, you guys get it. And of course 0 has 0 angles. So I just want to, that's something to add to the toolkit, everyone. I always reference the Phoenicians because as far as I'm concerned, they are the messengers of some of the foundation of what everything else is built on. We're talking they introduced this stuff to Egypt. They introduced this stuff to Asia and what we call Europe and today. So I just wanted to, that's what I do when I research stuff like this. I want to see some Phoenician elements because again, that's the fundamentals. even India. U.S., the Americas was called India Superior, which is where the Phoenicians came from. So it's real interesting when you look at the actual imagery of these letters and numbers. But yeah, the number one, I guess we'll go, keep going. You guys already crushed with the number one, but I mean, I just look at it from a practical perspective. Yes, I do like the phallic symbol, and the 0. It's beautiful. That's probably, Kalel, it's probably why 10 might kind of be more like a representation of God or creation, with the 1 and 0. That's probably why they skip over it when they do those sort of things. And you want to dial numbers like 9/11 or whatever, it's everywhere.
Well, that's exactly what that is. It's the separation, right? But it's also the joining. That phallic energy. What is the for lack of a better term, I want to say the White House in Britain. Is it 10 Downing Street? And that's actually based off of I forget the actual. I don't want to misquote. The name of there's a stone that's based off of, but that stone is it's the same as the Tekken or an obelisk, or like the Washington Monument. That's literally what that is, and that's also why you have it next to a reflecting pool. You know what I'm saying? But I don't want to get off of the numerology, and I don't want to. Moonfeather, you were going to say something,
right? So I was going to say that that yes, number one, the number one is very representative of the masculine energy. It's leadership. It's representative as bravery, initiative, and what it is. It's also what I discovered is that it is the number one is the root of all master numbers, right? So 11, 11, 22, 33, and that's why. And also in the tarot, the magician card is the number one card. And if you notice in the picture, the magician has all of the other suits in the card. So the magician has everything it needs to manifest, which number one is representative of creation, the crown, beginnings, the seed, which is also representative of the phallic, infinite potential, strength, all of that stuff. That's what's representative as the number one on the tarot card. So yeah, I just wanted to add that.
Thank you for that. Most definitely. One is energy. I'm sorry.
No, please continue.
One is male energy, the number of new beginnings, willpower, aggression. One life path people, you're not going to get far in life by being nice. That's just the absolute truth. I'm going to give it to you straight. I'm not telling you to be mean, but I'm telling you to be aggressive, because that is your nature. Competitive, typically more muscular, one-track mind, high sex drive. Very good leaders, but can also be assholes. You're going to have to work to balance that out.
Egotistical, yes.
Yeah, but this is the way you're built for a reason. So that's what their energy, that's what that frequency kind of boils down to.
I love that you brought up the magician, because this is quite fundamental. It's sort of what I was saying earlier, but far better than what I was able to articulate it. And when we are magician, what we notice is obviously it contains one. It contains the 0, too, because the Ouroboros is around his waist, right? Which is the belt. It contains number 4. In fact, the number 4 is what number 1 is working towards. And it shows you this because the altar is based on the number 4. And so yeah, how the number 3, which is the mystic number of 4, finds its completion in the expression of 4, where 4 is the structure of stability through which one can find extension. And so it shows us how this manifesting process is moving. And there are 3 facets being considered here. And the number 8, let's not forget the number 8 is being expressed as it's where the 4 is going to lead, because it's what is above the magician's head, turned on its side, infinity. So the magician is a very interesting card that speaks about 1 and 2, and it mentions 3 without mentioning 3, because there are 3 aspects that are being reflected in terms of the Ouroboros, the 8, the 4. But it's the first card, and so it represents 1. So it represents life force. If we want to get right down to what that card actually represents, it represents life force, prana. And so it is that, not just prana, but prana being dynamically used, right? Because the Fool represents life force in its unmanifest form. But when life force is in extension, we're speaking about the magician. And it's also how we are able to harness life force. It's also giving us a suggestion and an understanding of the number 8. And what Carlyle said is beautiful. This is why number 8 relates to the spider. From a shamanic perspective, it relates to the dream time. For the spider is the great spinner of the web of dream time. And it is dream time that is binding us in this facilitation of the matrix of reality. And the matrix of reality can be considered as relating to the moon. Now, 8 isn't specifically the number of the moon, but there's a mystic suggestion towards the moon, where we find completion of cycles in 9 through 8. So 8 relates to money. But the moon is the word for money, mon, money. And when we consider what money is talking about, it's talking about the dollar, which is Isis. So we see these shadows and echoes all pointing towards the number 8. And the magician, we can see the number 8 is the drawing source of the power, which is powering the number 4. And the expression is a number 2, which is holding his girdle. Now, the reason the number 2 is not girdle, the number 0 is around the girdle, which is representing that feminine force. And I've always thought of feminine force as being descendant of number. So I don't consider feminine force as being numerical. I consider the numbers as being reflections of the masculine force. For the feminine force is from whence numbers arise, as Carlyle so beautifully put it. So the feminine force it can't be contained by numbers. Masculine force can be contained by numbers. Masculine force is an active principle. But feminine force is a principle where the active principles of masculine force find extension through her, and they come from her. So numbers come from the matrix of what we can consider Nuit. And Nuit stretches across the skies. Now, in ancient times, this image was of the zodiac. And you'll see this in many occult grimoires or ancient documents, where there is this human being, often depicted as a man, sometimes as a woman, stretched across with the feet on one side and the head on the other side. That backwards, backbend posture, which is symbolic of the zodiac. And so here we're looking at a half of the cycle of the feminine principle. And when we're looking at a half of the cycle of the feminine principle is where the numbers come into being, which is quite interesting. It had to become polarized in order for numbers to exist. And so one sort of suggests the feminine, but it is not the feminine. It merely suggests that all things are essentially one, and all things come from one. And back to the number 8. 8 is such a number because it's octave. It's the resonant field of vibration. And the resonant field of vibration finds that it moves through the mystic number of 7 to become 8. This is why we speak of octave having 7 notes. This is not by accident. The mystic 7 has to find extension through 8. And 8 is where we can find the cube structured with the Merkaba. So when we analyze the Merkaba very closely, we have a very interesting set of dynamics happening here, because it's the 1 and the 6. Essentially, the 1 is moving to the 6. And this is bound by the 8 to bring us back to the 8 of the cube into the 6 of the cube, which is reflecting the 4 of the cube, which is a very interesting concept, how 8 is so fundamentally a power number, and why 8 relates to money, and why it is the fundamental structure of dream time, because it is the structure in which we can find the distinctions between the Merkaba and the cube. And I consider the Merkaba to be the astral representation and the cube to be the etheric representation. So you've got the astral, etheric as a bounce ball. We gain the resonance of the astral, it comes to us through the emotional field. And so we bring this Ida vibration down, as it's represented as the falling force coming down our left side of our spine in Vedic law, or in the law of the Cabala, or the law of the Western cosmological side. So it is considered the falling force that brings the manifestation into being. And then we have the rising force, which is the reflection of this, the polarity of this, the Pingala, which we consider to be the electrical force, the thinking containers of force, where the receptivity is brought as a chakra, as a spinning of energy. So we have energy and form, total balance and reflecting each other in perfect unity through the Shushumna, which is the number 3, becoming the number 1. And so all of these are bound towards each other. Because of 8, we have the distinction of the inner and the outer, which is a reflection of 2. And 2 in its dynamic form is 4. 4 in its trinamic form is 8. So 8 is a trinity of 2s that brings us back to the separation of what 2 represents as an idea into the extension of the etheric and the astral as distinctly separate realities that we exist within and through. And it's so interesting when we consider this number 8. I mean, we could probably spend a whole day discussing 8. But shall we start? I mean, Feather, are you going to start with the number 1, or do you want to count down from 9? Or
We already
wants to start?
Hold up. Hold up. I would never dream of cutting anybody off, especially cutting off a shaman, but you just said a whole mouthful, and I got to address one little part of it. Did you say that the magician card does not represent 3?
I wouldn't say that it does not represent 3. What I would say is that it's 3 is implied, and it is implied because of the number 8, implied by the number 4, moving through the sphere of the feminine with the Ouroboros. So it is the 4 and the 8 bound by the feminine principle, which, if we consider it, is 3, which is why all magic has to be performed in 3s. It's essentially 3 is fundamental. Like in Hindu Vedic systems, we speak about Yantra, Mantra, Tantra. And so if you're going to do any kind of an actualizing magic or ceremony or form, you will do the yantra, you would create the yantra, you create the yantra as above so below. Then you would do the mantra, you would chant your chants as related to the meanings of the yantra, and you would keep the intention of your goals while chanting the mantra, while observing the yantra that you've created, and you would bring them together in your tantin. Tantra is the bringing together of these 2 principles. So 3 is implicit in the magician. It's implied. I think that's what I was really trying to say. It's not the obvious expression, because the obvious thing is the 4 and the 8.
Well, I can dig all of that, but the 3 is there. The 3, if you just look at the I'm sorry. If you look at the magician himself and how his arms are doing above so below, right? The 3 pointers from the ether through his center to the root or to the earth. where regardless of the season, there's something growing, right? Like you have the 4 suits on the table in front of him, but like every number is actually represented there. It's just this is the issue with art and interpretation. This is why when you look at like tarot cards, for example, if we're going to talk about energy and frequency, tarot cards or tarot itself is an offshoot of cardology, right? Which is where we get our love of playing card games, right? That had to be hidden when you look at like the gypsies, right? But when you take gypsy and put an E in front of it, what do you get, right? That's another cover. You see what I'm saying? Like the way things move. So tarot had to change its face, so to speak. That's why you have 22. That's why you have 78. And like these are different schools of thought. When you get to the energy interpretation, the symbolic measure is always there. How is actuated, how it's actually drawn, painted, and acted out is going to be up to the artist, which is the beautiful channelized part that allows it to be unique.
Man, that's beautiful, guys. Is it okay if I continue with the number 1? Because there's some other things that popped up. We're going, if that's cool.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
Please do.
I love how Franklin mentioned the moon earlier. We have the number 1 is also mono, right? So we have some verbiage there, mono related to the moon. I love the way the eye, and in Hindi, so I looked up what's it look in ancient Hindi, the 1 is actually a line like this, not like this, but like this, horizontal. So if you compare that, I find that pretty interesting. And Arabic, I'm comparing things over here. And I also love the number 1, how it also is like the eye, the oneness, the letter I. And you could also, there's so much stuff in reference. I've just found so much information on the letter 1 and how it could even relate to like Venus and and it's also, well, I don't want to skip ahead to 8, which is like an ox, but that's skipping. We're skipping it. I don't want to. And also the representation of 8 in also Phoenician is also a 1 in like a circle, right? It's like a 1 in a circle also represents the number 8, which is interesting. So sticking with 1, I just want to throw some of those anecdotal things out on the number 1. If anyone else has stuff.
Also, thank you for that, Ronan. Also, what I forgot to add, because I know we're sticking to numbers, I don't want to get into elements, because if we get into elements and planets, forget about it. We're going to have a 12-hour show. But 1 is also very quickly, it's also representative of the element air, which you're an Aquarius, Ronan, right? And then it's also representative of the planet Mercury, which, that has to do with the throat chakra, talking, to be able to express. Then that's what the magician uses, right? It uses words, spellings to do what he has to do to manifest wonderful and beautiful things.
Thank you for that, Moonfeather and Ronan. I just want to add 1 life paths. People who are born on the 10th, the 19th, and the 28th are the people who are natural born leaders.
Oh, and are good with money too.
I don't want to give too much intel away, but Magic, our homie Magic, was born on the 10th.
See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I'm a number 1 as well. I'm born on the 1st.
That's right. And belated happy birthday.
My life path is 4. Thank you. My life path is 4. My name numbers are 3, 6, and 9, or 9, 6, and 3, to be specific. So I'm the 1, the 9, the 6, and the 3, and the 4, which is an interesting combination. And then the 9 also plays in. But getting back to the number 1, another thing about the 1 is the universal nature of 1. 1 is, in a sense, impersonal. 1 is universal. 1 encompasses all the other numbers, and 1 is an expression of all the other numbers, essentially, in unmanifest form. And so we can consider, like you said, 1 is an aspect of the air element. In fact, the air element is a very interesting element because it's got 2 aspects. So the 1 and the 2 represent the element air in a sense, which is why in Chinese cosmology they speak about wood and metal. From the Kabbalistic perspective, we speak of air as being the element of the etheric substance, which is the formative plane. The Yetzirah, as it is spoken of in the Cabala, is related to the aspect of air. And so the air is that fundamental element which moves between fire and water, so with such agility. And the number 1 thus represents this process of becoming, in a sense, which is, I think, why 1 is such a powerful leading number, because those with the number 1 that are very 1-oriented tend to be able to think macrocosmically. And 1 thinks big, it doesn't think small. And it doesn't think on a selfish level. 1 thinks of all the numbers. It's automatically encompassing all the numbers. So it's somehow fundamentally present in all things, which is why the bind, the dot, is such an important point to meditate on if you're practicing meditation. And meditating on a single point will take you to the monad consciousness, which is a very profound state of consciousness that takes you straight into the akasha. And in the akasha, you're touching all things, you're touching all times through the DNA field, the vibrating oscillation of the DNA field, which is sort of bounding in 8s once again, but containing all the numbers and the numbers in the DNA field. So 1 seems to be that fundamental presence in the universe that is the key to all other numbers. And also when we're speaking of 3, the way I see 3 is another 1. In the same way that 4 is the 1 that comes out of the 3, which is another 1. To 8, which is another 1. And we pointed out something with the Chaldean system, where the Chaldean numerology only really counts up to 8, which is interesting. But 9 is taken into account, which is fascinating. So all the alphabetical letters are only broken down. I was trying to find my photo earlier, I can't find it, of the Chaldean cipher. I've got it on a blackboard in the other room, but half of it got rubbed off by my son. And I like to contemplate it, to look at it. It's great to have the Chaldean cipher up and look at it, because it takes the number 9 out of the picture, but it compounds to form 9. So it's speaking about the 8 principles, which are the mystic aspects of 9, where 9 is completion, 1 is completion too. Or no, 1 isn't completion, 1 is completeness. That's what it is. Where 9 is completion, 9 is complete, 1 is completeness. And 1 completeness, to reach completion, needs to move through all the numerations, all 8, in order to reach completeness, which is 9. And once it has reached completeness, which is 1, it once again becomes completeness completed, which is 10. And so the scale of 1 thus becomes a manifest scale. So 1 has this amazing nature of the decimal system, right, which we've all been trained in. But that is essentially the expansion of 1. And so 1 has this incredible way of replicating itself. That's what I wanted to add.
So I was backstage a little bit. I've been listening to what you guys have been saying, and one thing I wanted to comment on was what Moonfeather said earlier in the discussion about the 0 being feminine and the masculine being 1. That completely changed my perspective, because I was thinking about the masculine and feminine, divine masculine and divine feminine as relating to the number 2, but I feel I was off there. And something I wanted to kind of go off on with that is how one in Buddhism, it's like Buddhism has 1 foot in the mythological, the archetypal, and 1 foot in the logos, in what comes after that. And I think that it's interesting how the Buddhists approach the concept of one. They have this concept called Eka, E-K-K-A, and it relates to a one-pointedness, but specifically not just a metaphysical kind of one-pointedness, but a form of single focus, which brings out ecstasy. So what is that ecstasy of the single focus? Well, it's the divine feminine, it's the zero. And so the way that I'm seeing this is that zero flows into one, and one can direct that in certain ways. So that's what I wanted to add there.
Thank you, Libra Lamb. That was wonderful. Okay.
Eka also means I, by the way. So you've got Ek, Dotin. So Ek is a number 1. It's also Sanskrit, of course, which is obviously in all of those languages, Hindi, Urdu, Nepali, they all come from the same roots. So Ek means I as well as an actual word. If you go to the Germanic tongues and you go to Dutch and you go to Afrikaans, Ek, when you talk about Ek, you're talking about one. You're talking about myself. And in English, we speak about one should not do this, one should do that, one should, same idea.
And seeing through the eye of the one, that I think that's an interesting analogy that goes along with that.
Should we get into number 2? We're an hour in and we only got to number 1.
Let's go number 2.
Run it.
Who wants to start with number 2?
Well, I like the book of the Tanakh, but they call it the Bible. 2 bulls, 2 Tauruses. So that's interesting. I'm looking up some info on the number 2, and based off this guy's research, it connects with Jupiter. I'm just parroting what I'm reading. I'm not saying that's the thing. I'm just saying what this guy's research says. The number 2, I also like the way it's written, the old school way. It's kind of has this swivel, kicks back, and has a line behind it, almost like it looks like a number 4, but I love the drawing of the old school number 2. So
2 does have a symbolic kind of appearance that looks like Jupiter. Like, I'm always reminded of the number 2 by Jupiter.
Yep. So that's
2 represents the polarity.
Oh,
Sorry.
polarity, dualistic, duality. Yeah, man.
Yes, that's very true. Because
The caduceus.
Because in the tarot, the number 2 is the high priestess, and the number 2 is feminine energy, but it's, even though there's male sides, a male side to things, but there is that duality there, black, white, north, south, things like that. And it's representative of diplomacy, cooperation. What else? Harmony, tranquility. It's also representative of the master number 2. 22. Sorry, right? Because 2 and 2 is 22, which is amplifies the number 2, and it actually makes it even more powerful, right? So it brings the feminine and the masculine together, and yeah, so it's sensitivity, since the divine feminine is mixed up in there. It's also about intuition and trusting yourself, and what is it? So priestess, oh, it's water. It's also representative of the moon, which is also feminine energy.
Yes, it does have I consider it to be the mystic representation of the moon, the actualizing representation of the moon. I consider time as binding all cycles, cycles of life, plants, the way the moon governs menstrual cycles. So it's also a completion that the moon is a very interesting caveat to take into account, because it's essentially polarizing, which is the potentials. And back to the polarity is where everything comes from. Polarity is where energy comes from. So when we're speaking about energy, we're speaking about number 2, because energy needs to have two poles. There needs to be this polarity. Electricity is polarity. Magnetism is polarity. So 2 is the potential of anything that can change in the universe. So in this sense, it represents a very powerful, dynamic force that can move. And so it is representative of all force, in a sense. Whenever we are considering force, we're considering the number 2. And it's interesting how 2 feeds into 3, because 3 is where 2 needs to act, right? Form is where 2 needs to act. So 2 is unstruck sound, if we want to get right into it. 3 is where the sound becomes manifest. So when we're looking at the 4th Hermetic principle, which is polarity, we're looking at the number of 2. And the number of 2 reflects itself most perfectly in the number of 6. You see how we've got this very interesting dynamic, because 6 is 2 trinities. So when we look for 2 in extension, we're finding 6. When we look for 2 in manifestation, we're finding 8. Because the 2 and the 2 becomes 4, and the 4 and the 2, 4 again doubled becomes the 8. So we've got this very interesting series, and this is why the 8 once again is above the magician's head, right? Because the magician is there to manifest. But 2 is how all of this is being achieved. And so there's something quite immediate and visceral about the number 2. And I'll tell you from spiritual seancing, the number 2 represents mediumship, the ability to channel, which is a very interesting concept. Any of you that have had much to do with this, you'll notice that when the number 2 comes to you, it's relating to mediumship. So anybody that's been in seances and the number 2 keeps bouncing back at you, and the spirits keep telling you about you being a number 2, it means you're a medium, essentially. So mediums hold the potential to channel. So channeling as well that's the moon's subtle aspect in the consciousness, to be able to actually take on the consciousness of another. Implies 2, implies bringing 2 into synthesis.
Something I think we would be remiss to leave out would be Chakma, the relationship of 2 to wisdom, Sophia, and sapience.
Something that Kalel blew my mind with a while ago, and it's so simple, are things like Deuteronomy. Duo. That's 2 right there. And I'm just looking up some etymology. I mean, it has this says it connects with Jupiter. You could pronounce it 2 is in shu, like think like Asian, like Chinese, like shu or something. And Jew and duo, these but Kalel blew my mind when he said the book Deuteronomy is based on 2. It's right there in the first 3 letters. So it's wild how so much stuff is out there in my face, and I'm like, how did I not make that connection? Kalel, do you want to mention anything about that? And you guys throw out these comments, and I'm like, whoa, these little comments just blow my mind sometimes.
I love listening to different people's perspective, especially when it comes to numbers. So I wanted to listen before I spoke about 2. And thank you for what you said, Ron. That is, we collectively hate math and numerology. It really comes from religion. Especially when you look at how religion has colonized the world as far as its educational systems go, especially in the UK. especially here in Canada, right? Or not, well, I say here in Canada, but I'm born and raised in Detroit, which is right next to Canada, so it's one and the same to me. When you look at the energy of the mind in the 19th or the 20th century, right? The 90s, 80s, the era that we grew up, right? Look at the mindset. Look how concrete it was. And look at it now in the 2000s. Specifically, look at it now in the 2020s. See, because the energy is softer. That's what 2 does. It makes things softer. You got a beef with somebody, you might want to try to give them a call and work it out on the 2nd day of the month. That's how that energy works. You see what I'm saying? 2 is diplomatic and peaceful, like Moonfeather said. Soft, passive, delicate, but they will hold a grudge, as they should, because their mind is not slow at all, right? If you don't know who someone you can trust when it comes to a certain topic, find the number 2 and see who they pay attention to, because who's going to catch a number 2's attention the most is going to be a number 1, because they equal that 3, which is that child energy, that creative genius energy. You see what I'm saying? So I just wanted to add that.
What you said about Chokmah, Libalam, was quite interesting. And this is going to tie into what Ronan said as well, because we're looking at the numbers here. So Chokmah, okay, if we're looking at Chokmah, Chokmah represents what I was talking about. Basically, everything I was saying, Chokmah, potential, force, and all of the potential in an unmanifest form is essentially wisdom, right? But it's unmanifest wisdom. And so Chokmah represents the Mazloth, which is essentially the zodiac, the macrocosm. And as representing the Mazloth, it's the 12 signs. And the 12 signs break into 3. So 3 is a mystic number of Jupiter. But when the Mazloth is brought into its extension, into its dynamic polarity, we end up with 4. And 4 is Chesed. And Chesed is essentially the sphere of Jupiter that we're looking at when we're considering the of Jupiter, which is love, if you want to bring it down to its base roots. So the number 4, interestingly enough, relates to love in a very fundamental way. And 4 is also the number of the sun when we look at sidereal astrological representation. It's really interesting because the mystic number 3 becoming 4, and how these are represented in terms of the polarities, the dynamic polarities, and the progression of the cycles. Though the number 2 isn't specifically Jupiter, but in the old times we speak of Deus Pitar. And Deus Pitar is a Sanskrit name, by the way, very ancient. It's just got to do with the fabrication of the universe, essentially, when we're speaking of Deus Pitar. Very, very, very old language. And obviously this is where the name Jupiter came from, because Indo-European languages, 80% of it comes from Sanskrit, one way or another, through other language parts, but essentially coming from the direction of Sanskrit. So when we do the number 2, it does have the undertones of Jupiter. So I can understand that person has come up with that concept. And when we look at Gnostic texts, let's step out of this for a moment and look at the Gnostic texts. They speak about the first of the eons. And the first of the eons speak of as being essentially relating to Jupiter. Jupiter is being the king of the gods in the Greek pantheon. And this is what this is essentially suggesting to us, is that Jupiter was the first of the heavenly beings created. Now, this brings me to the shamanic conversation. From a shamanic perspective, numbers are living beings. They aren't just numbers, they are living beings that are interacting with the universe through us, and we are the instruments through which the universe is interacting with itself. And the numbers are the beings that are interacting through each other. And so there are essentially, all of these beings have come out of the body of one fundamental being. So the first is the mentalist plane, which is the completion of the entire universe, but it's actually not here. It's reflected from somewhere else. It's essentially 0. But when we're looking at 2, 2 is the being. So in a sense, you could relate 2 as being the first of the eons. And the first of the eons does relate to Jupiter, does relate to love. And so the Christos principle relates to the number 2 in this way, even though the Christos relates to the number 6. And the Christos relates to the number 7 in very fundamental ways, right? The Logos. The day star. And obviously overcoming the challenges. But when we're looking at the numerological associations, 2 does tend to think macrocosmically because it's got the shadow of 1, which is total macrocosmic thinking. And so 1 and 2 becomes 3, and 3 starts to break up into personalization in the number 4. So number 4, thus chesed, is the beginnings of the personal identity. And we relate the number 4 to the memory, interestingly enough, which is the structuring system, which is the stability. All things are drawn from the memory of creation. And so the Akash is related to this manifestation as well, which is quite fascinating when we consider the Akash as being the representation of the 3rd principle, which is the beginnings of vibration and the beginnings of sound. The first form that came was sound, is the first form, vibration. And from the sound, which is 3, the first form of the potential of 2, came the structures, which came from 4. And so those are the particular sounds that have emitted in terms of the letters and the alphabets. So we can consider Jupiter as being the number 4, relating to 2 in a subtle, expressive way. But 2 in itself, of itself, I would say, transcends the principle of Jupiter in a sense, because it is very impersonal. I hope that makes sense. And I think that ties into what Carlyle is saying. Because of the impersonality of number 2, there tends to be an ability for people to step back when in the vibration of 2. Like you can step out of an argument with a number 2, because you're both able to step out of your persona, able to step out of your egocentric consciousness, able to step out of our beliefs and our expectations and look at things from the outside. But 2 has this wonderful dynamic polarizing effect on all things. So when we're looking out at the world and we repolarize ourselves, we're looking in at the world, and then we start to see things from the opposite perspective. So 2 is very much to do with reversal and seeing opposite perspectives and bringing them into play, and the ability to shift between taking in and putting out in a very balanced way.
Well,
We need a soundboard. Oops, sorry.
I'm sorry. 2s don't really make for good leaders when you look at them historically, right? A good example of that would be like Gandhi, right? Diplomatic and peaceful, but when they resort to violence like Nat Turner, they fail. You know what I mean? And they'll also propagate these kinds of people in history for that reason. Without that knowledge, without that key of understanding, you'll just think, you know, this person was whatever, but there's actually a reason behind it. It's so much deeper than the actual lie of history.
It's funny that you say that, Kala, because the high priestess, even though it's representative of intuition and strength and force and stuff like that, there is a hidden kind of aspect to the high priestess as well, you know, because if you look at the picture, he's holding the Torah, but it's like hidden, you know, so it also, you know, it's kind of there's some type of occult going on, something, and then there's also the moon at the feet that it's kind of, you know, covered, you know, and moon is always a little it's representative as, you know, mysterious, something secretive. So yeah.
And you said intuition.
Oh my gosh, that's right.
That's right.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah.
See, now I know why you love Phoenician.
Welcome to my world. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, Mark.
That's why I know why you love Phoenician, and I just got it now because Phoenician phonetics, you love breaking down words. You really are masterful when it comes to that.
Yeah, and of course, whenever you hear the word like shin, like intuition or anything like that, just think Zion. That's the basis of anytime you hear such and such shin. But yeah, That's
Right.
welcome to my world, Connor, where you know.
Think about how we even define words with deaf Phoenicians.
Definitions. Don't be a deaf Phoenician. You know, you want to be a Phoenician, so you know your own. Remove the deaf.
Exactly.
That is so cool. That's so cool.
Remove the die, and add the Phoenician. And this is not. I know it sounds like we're playing little word games, but this is not. This is how things came about. You know, especially the sound. You know, to me, the sounds are always more important than the visual. Although that's has its own power, but for me, it's all about the sounds. Kalel, you were going to say something before I chimed in. Oh, go ahead, guys. I'm sorry.
No, you hit it. You hit it.
I wanted to add that in terms of the finite, when we're talking about finite, we're talking about the infinite kind of as one, as I see it, like the one extending out. And so we get finitude by almost like a measure of infinity. It's not finitude in and of itself. It's as extension into Sophia, into wisdom.
Should we go to 3? I mean, guys, we're ringing out.
Yeah, let's do it.
I'd like to start by saying the obvious. Tree. So tree is really what we're talking about. So the tree is the structure of the force of 2. For 2 is this dynamic, impersonal potential of creation that needs to be put into some kind of a structure, and that structure is the tree of life. So the number 3 represents the tree of life, which is why it's such a key to all magical arts, and the shamanic part is very much about the tree. The tree is what we climb in the shamanic tradition. And it's one of your most important quests in shamanic travel is to go to your tree. And when you're going to your tree, you're experiencing the intelligence and the life force of the number 3 directly. And so it's truly manifestation. If we're going to talk about 3, we're going to talk about manifestation. And I don't want to steal the stage. I want you all to have a turn.
Word, nobody gonna jump on the 3? Go ahead, Bullfella.
Something very interesting that Franklin said earlier about the number 3, right? He equated it to a harmony, which is which reminds me of the lovers, right? So 3 plus, and then what I mean is in tarot, 3 is the empress, right? So 3 plus 3 is 6, which comes out to be the lovers. So it's fun. It was very nice that he equated the number 3 to harmony. And then number 3 also is, and people kind of really don't see it, but in a way, Franklin did kind of talk on it. Number 3 is also representative, even though it's the Trinity, right? It also represents duality, because I was made to see it like this, right? So if you have just two people that are looking at each other, all you see is the one, right? The one person in front of you. But you need to bring in a third element in order to see the 2, the duality. So 3 is also representative of duality. That's just how I was made to see it as well. But it's representative of growth. It also has a feminine aspect to it. The world card in the tarot deck is the number 21. 2 plus 1 is 3. But then there you go. It's about growth, the feminine aspect, Mother Earth, Mother Nature, Gaia. So it's all really tied in, which I think it's really, really beautiful.
Also, for the history lesson, you could say 3, third, like French, Troy or something. I'm sorry, my French is not that good. But you also get it could come from Tyre, Tyr. That's just some little more anecdotal stuff. Go ahead, Khalil, brother.
Thank you. Beautiful. Something Moonfeather mentioned about the harmony. Threes is childlike energy, right? Like that's that actual magic, that creation, that genius energy. They need both parents more than anyone else because they thrive off of that harmony. That's how they see themselves reflected on both sides of their chain. They need simple things, right? Because if those cores are met, then they can grow into that natural communication because they are master communicators. They are very creative. They often lack the logical side, but that can be easily managed with discipline. But that's also why that two parent household is so important to the 3 energy.
That's beautiful that you said that, because it's 3 or the Empress is representative of good parenting, nurturing, earth energy. You know, Venus, which is the planet of love, which we're still in retrograde, damn it, but you know, we're just pushing through. But yeah, that's all confirmation from what Kala is saying.
So in talking about 3, I want to bring up kind of a 3 of 1, a 3 of 2, and a 3 of 3. So in the context of Buddhism, you have 3 realms or 3 lokas. You have the form realm, the Rupa Loka, which informs, it's like impression. So it's the way that the world impresses upon you. And then next you have the desire realm, the Kama Loka, which is kind of where form comes together with craving to produce karma, the effects of past actions. And then you have the formless realm, the Arupa Lokas. And so I think that this has a lot to do with kind of the fundamental 3ness. And then the next kind of set of 3s is the 3 marks of existence, which I think has to do with the 3 of 2s, the wisdom side of 3, which is impermanence, anicca, suffering or dissatisfaction, dukkha, and then non-self, anatta. And then last is a lot of the times in Buddhism, the jhanas are set up as 4. They say the rupa jhanas are the first 4 jhanas, but I would actually say that this is a way in which Buddhism has been distorted, because really the 4th jhana is like a pivot point, and so with the into the arupa jhanas, the formless jhanas, and so you have access, concentration, joy, and then tranquility, and then that leads to the equanimity. So I think that it's more fitting. The way that I see it, at least, is like these 3s come together to make a 9. So I think that 3 being like a reduction of 9 is a very powerful number in that regard as well.
I love that you brought that up, because that is exactly what was on my mind, is the 3 worlds of the shaman, which is essentially what you're talking about on another level, which is essentially what I was getting at earlier when I was speaking about the astral, the etheric. And the astral and the etheric are like the 2 lower, maybe lower is not the right word, but the astral bringing in and the etheric giving out. And these 2 are an extension of the spiritual vibrational reality. And so the spiritual vibrational reality is the transcendent akasha. And the astral and the etheric are how the physical construction are a point between the astral and the etheric in a state of interaction. And so the word 3 can very easily represent interaction. So it's quite an interesting concept, the way the 3 once again compounds into the 9, as you say. For each of those 3s is a world within the world. So each of the 3 worlds has the echo of all 3 worlds within it. This is something interesting to consider. And it's, Kabbalistically, we say that each Sefirot has all the other Sefirot within it. Each number contains all the other numbers within it. So when we speak of 3, we speak of Binna. Okay, so let's speak of the symbolism of 3 from a Kabbalistic perspective for a moment. So Binna represents the dark ocean. Binna also represents the 3 aspects of the divine feminine. Even though the divine feminine transcends numbers, we have the crone, we have the queen, and we have the princess. And so these 3 aspects are very much a part of the structures. If you study the Wicca path, it's very much fundamental to the Wicca path, the number 3, understanding the 3 aspects of the divine feminine. And so these 3 aspects of the divine feminine, as expressed by the masculine, are what we're talking about when we are looking at these 3 worlds. And 3 also, the Binna, represents that ocean, which is the abyss. So it stretches into the abyss, and the abyss is what is between 3 and 4, you could say. So 3 is the beginnings of the abyss, and the abyss is that aspect of the universe which is moving into the voidness, you could say. And so 3 represents stepping over the abyss. Once again, the fool is carrying this childlike quality, as Cabala so beautifully put it. That childlike quality of Jupiter is expressed by 3. You see, Jupiter is it gets around, shall we say. 4 is essentially an expression of Jupiter in terms of the stability that the Jupiter brings into your psyche. 2 is the way in which it represents all the potentiality, and 3 is the way in which it acts. And it acts with joviality, it acts with joy, it acts unselfishly. So 3 is a very unselfish number. And those born under the 3 are obviously going to be very unselfish and very quick to share, very quick to give. They're very quick to act. Timing is also very much a part of 3. For 3 is the connection between silence, sound, and what connects silence and sound? Rhythm. So we're back to the shamanic principle. And so 3 also does relate to the Manipura. And the Mani is the gem. And the gem in Manipura, in the chakra, which is your solar plexus chakra, bringing us back to the solar power, is Mani means gem, Pura means all encompassing, all touching. So the gem that touches all things. Now, what is a gem? A gem is a lot of little triangles. So it's all those little 3s that cause the crystals to be what they are. So 3 is the most fundamental structure of relating to how the impersonal is stepping across that abyss, because it's still impersonal in its sense. In the spirit of Jupiter being an impersonal spirit, in terms of being, I don't want to hold this for me, I want to share this with you. That's a very Jupiterian attitude to hold. And 3 represents that in a very beautiful way because of the childlikeness and how children are so spontaneous. And spontaneity, I think, is another word that relates to 3, because 3 is the manifestational hub. And the way in which manifestation happens is through spontaneity. And I'd love to get your opinion on that. Hello.
Well, we're talking about that natural, ultimately genius energy. But spontaneity, it doesn't really get any better than humor, right? Than funny. If you think about the idea of being tickled. Children who are tickled, at least as far as history is concerned, right? You'll notice either 2 things create comedians, being tickled or being traumatized. Quite often it's both. That's just a physical example of that. If you also look at these people, you notice that they tend to lack a high sex drive, or what we would consider a high sex drive. And that's also because of that child energy. That's just one way that it kind of reflects in this matrix.
That's amazing. Thank you so much for that. You know, I'm writing notes here because everything that you're saying, like everything that everyone is saying, is amazing. And I want to comment on it because as we're on the number 3, it takes me back to what Franklin was saying before. Like, you know, when we say certain enchantments, we say it 3 times, right? And in my culture, 3 is very significant, because I was thinking, okay, boom, the 3 kings, right? Which is also connects to the Orion belt, which is 3 stars, which makes up Orion itself. But then at the same time, when I was thinking, I was like, oh, wait a minute, you know, the movie Beetlejuice, how many times would they say Beetlejuice? 3 times Beetlejuice, 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 you know, and that's in the Orion's belt. That makes up the whole Orion star. Ay, Dios mío. You guys know what I mean. But yeah, so that connection is just crazy. And then from what I understand, and for what I've been hearing through lectures, especially from Brother Panic and Kala put me on to him, that Beetlejuice, that star is very significant. And from what I understand, it's sort of like the gates of heaven, because it's also referred in the Bible, right, as the Jacob's ladder, if I'm not mistaken. I'm trying to look up something here real quick about the verses in the Bible, and this is what I found. If I could read this, it says, then Jacob departed from Beersheba and went toward Haran. He came to a certain place and spent the night there, because the sun had set. He had a dream, and behold, a ladder was set on the earth, with its top reaching to heaven. And behold, the angels of God were ascending and descending on it. Then Jacob awoke from his sleep and said, surely the Lord is in this place, and I did not know it. He was afraid and said, how fearsome is this place? This is none other than the house of God, and this is the gate of heaven. So all of that just ran through my mind instantly when we were talking about the number 3, which is, I think, pretty amazing.
So I got a couple more anecdotal things. One is, I had to confirm this, but dragons, dra. Look up the etymology of dra, D-R-A, and you can get that very close to the number 3. 3, which is obviously divine and all that. So dragons represent wisdom, and that's, and from some other cats that have shared, you know, the dragonfly, which is the only animal that can see 360 degrees around him at all times. So I'm looking at the representation of the word dra, and it actually looks like a W, which is kind of like a 3, right? So I hope I'm not reaching there, but I think there's a connection with dragons and the number 3. Of course, like Moonfeather mentioned, you know, you hear things like the 3-headed dragon and all this other 3 little pigs and all that type of stuff, 3 wishes. Now, another one in the Norse mythology, you have, look up, for those at home, the Volk Nut, Volk, N-U-T. It's 3 intertwined triangles. And evidently that's used a lot in, I guess, even in modern day burials. So that's kind of a representation, based on the mythology here, the transition from life to death, you know. And I just want to throw another thing out there. I love the concepts of the beliefs of spending this whole life preparing for that transition, preparing for death, right? It's not macabre, you know, it's not dark. It's when you're on your deathbed and you go, I've been preparing my whole life for this, as opposed to bro, I'm scared. You know what I mean? You don't want to be in that position. You want to prepare every day, and it's for death. That's in some belief systems. That's the whole point, is to prepare for that transition. So just want to throw that out there, and some of those little anecdotal things.
I think that ties in really well to 3 in the sense that it's like you have kind of like what happens before life, which is in some ways very much beyond the ordinary set of experiences. And then you have what happens during life and you have what happens after life. So death ties those 3 together in a profound way. And yeah.
Also, to consider as well the basic elemental principle. When you think of a fire burns like a triangle. And so 3 is obviously a triangle. I mean, it's 3 points, 3 sides. And so when we're considering the element of fire, we're considering the number 3 in a sense, on one level. And so that's interesting what Ronan was bringing in. Ronan, thank you for bringing that in. That relates to the element of fire. And this is why fire was used by the Norse in the rituals. And it's why fire is used in India for the rituals. Okay, there are places in the Himalayas where they put people on spikes and let the birds eat the bodies. It's just another way of doing things. But generally speaking, fire is the element that is used for death. And to burn the body is to return it ashes, back to the base elements from whence it come. Just thought to add that in.
And based on that fire, you can maybe pair 3 with Mars, with that relationship. I'm glad you brought up the fire relation with 3. I mean, obviously, mind, body, and soul, the Holy Trinity. Arthur's bringing that up, and that's all important as well. I mean, yeah, I'm speechless. I mean, I don't know if you guys want to keep going with 3 or move on to 4, because Franklin, the way I always see this, especially when I'm involved, I look at these conversations always as merely the brochure to this information, because you could spend a lifetime, researching all this. So this isn't like every single tiny thing related. This is like, hey, this is the brochure. Otherwise, this would be a volume. This would be volume 1, the introduction to number. This would be the introduction to numbers. But
it will go on forever, literally.
Yeah.
So I think we need a. Oh, I was going to say we needed a consensus on whether we push past the 2-hour mark, because I don't feel like quitting. I think we should keep it going.
Well, let's go to 4 if you guys are good. I mean, 4 is a fun one. I love that. It's so much. I want to be quiet and listen to what you guys weave, what you guys build on 4.
I'd like to hear what Carlisle has to say about 4, because I always sense 4 is very close to Carlisle's heart, as it is so close to mine as well. But I think 4, we share that in some way, don't we, Carlisle?
Most definitely. I'm born on the 24th. And that is very much a 4 number. 4 is the number of law and order, of structure, police, government, military, soldiers, people who are almost in love with their routine. If they aren't, then they will create one that they are. And when that routine is forcibly changed, they are at their worst. Because that is how they keep their rhythm. That is literally foundational energy manifest. One of the smartest numbers, one of the smartest energies, and a natural hard worker. Not that these people can't be spiritual or think on a deeper level, but primarily they're going to get it out of the mud, as we like to say.
Tying into some ancient archetypes also is that 4 is in Buddhism associated with the elephant's foot, which has 4 toes. And so the Four Noble Truths are modeled in some ways after that, kind of archetypally, in the sense that it's like the footprint of an elephant is something that would cover up other footprints. It's a powerful kind of tied to like completion and order in that sense.
It's also, we can argue about it being the real number of wealth or currency or energy. 8 is ultimately that, because it is the as above, so below aspect, but it's taking what's already there and quantifying it. When you have foundation in this world and you have it in the astral or the spirit, that is what real wealth actually is, but that's denoted in the 4 energy.
Yeah, with people who are 4s, you could definitely or relate to that number or associated with that number. You could definitely depend on them. You know, it's the Emperor in the deck. You know, what is the Emperor? I mean, it says it all right there. You know, that's strength and leadership, respect, the father figure, protection. What energy is that? That's what element? Fire. That's the fire element. It's associated also with Aries. So yeah, 4 is a really good stable number, and it is associated with, you know, fortune as well.
And everything under the sun, the four directions.
Right. Earth, air, wind. Right. Exactly. I said air twice. It's earth, air, fire, water. I'll get it together.
Yeah, the number 4, I love the way Carlyle brings it back to the practical reflections in the world. It's a wonderful way to get a good grasp of it, to understand it. And all those things that Carlyle was saying represent stability, safety, and like you were saying, Moonflower, you know, dependability. And like Libalam just said, the 4 elements. And when we consider the 4 elements, it's in order to encompass all 4, there has to be a sense of total stability. So the stability relates to, and I want to break this down, and I know that Ronan's going to love this. Stability, let's think about the stable for a moment. And let's think about how the stable is where you keep the horse, and how the horse is Jupiter's animal. So we can really take this out to see how Jupiter puts his animal in the stable where stability is existing. And the horse needs to be in a place of stability, for the horse represents, from a shamanic perspective, dynamic power that is in action, which has always been represented. You know, horses were like what we used for war before we had technology. And now we have cars and vehicles, and the vehicles have got 4 wheels. So dynamic power for the military is generally on these 4 wheels. You know, mostly the tanks and the vehicles to get our soldiers and to get everything where we need to get them. So there's something very powerful about the idea of the stability and the reliability of the 4. And, you know, reliability, if we consider what that means, it's something you can lie on top of. It's something you can count on. So you can count on reliability, which means that 4 is the way in which we can count things. So 4 is the builder's number. The pyramids are based on the number 4. The Egyptians did worship the number 4. Because of the stability, it is the greatest place from which to calculate. So 4 is calculating as well, in a sense. And when we look at the principle of Taurus, we look at the principle. Josh, please, my boy, I'm busy. Sorry, my boy came in. Hope it doesn't affect the sound. So 4 is the fundamental structure in which we can actually accommodate putting things together. And so because of the stability of 4, you can take things apart and put them back together again with synchronicity. So 4 also relates to the synchronicity on the level of being able to put things back the way they were, if that makes any sense. So there's a fundamental structure of time being reflected in 4. When 4 multiplies by into itself, it becomes 8. And 8 is the essential number of time, which is something quite interesting. So 4 is sort of the impetus for time, if we could consider it in such a way, because of the stability that it represents.
Oh,
It just reminded me of in Jupiter, you have the 2, and there's a cross in the 2. So I was thinking kind of like where 2 becomes 4 may have some relationship with Jupiter as well. Sorry to interrupt you, Ronan.
yeah, yes, and that's relevant, brother. So looking at some symbologies of the number 4, I mean, the Phoenician, it has like a straight line with 3 lines, 1, 2, 3. You also have the X with a circle around it to represent 4, and 4 in reference to that stability. Think fort, a fort, right? And you have it could be related to Earth, which is also stability. I'm reading some stuff right here. So you have fort, you have quart, you have Mercury, which could be connected with 4 and Earth. The Egyptian, he mentioned, think Horus, right? And Hermes. Those are very, very much connected. And think Thor, right? All this mythology is tied to the number 4 as well in so much. So in Greek, you have 4 could equal geo, and in Egypt, GE. So there's a lot of interesting things. I see like messenger. So you have a lot of interesting things connect. And in German, and just another anecdotal thing, in Germany, the number 4 sounds like fear. It's pronounced fear, which is interesting. I'm done. I just wanted to throw some of these things out there.
I really like that lineup.
I just wanted to add something to what Franklin has had mentioned about essentially 4 is militant, right? That's where we get military. He actually said about tanks, you know what I'm saying? Like that's literally that energy. That's military. One of the first things they do is they fortify their surroundings, right? That's a militant mindset. Excellent point.
Fortitude. Then you get into words like fortitude, and yeah, I mean, I can definitely see how that militant connection to 4. Absolutely, man. 4 corners, 4 cardinal directions, right? Especially what I like this representation of with the like this with the circle around it. I think like magnetic north, and again all the 4 quote unquote 4 corners. I love that aspect as well. I feel that a lot of the magicians that have hijacked a lot of these things use 4 also as a prison, as opposed to something a little more freeing. So I think they use the letter 4 for very militant and forceful. They're very forceful, and they use the number 4. Think about the black cube of Saturn. Think about when you get a degree, you have the 4. You have that black 4 hat thing. That's Saturnalian for sure. And it's to think inside the box. They want to keep you thinking inside of their box and force that foresight, right? To their liking.
Yeah, 4 is the square, and it's not even the correct square because we can't see that it's actually 3-dimensional fully, but that's the aspect. This is where we get the term think outside the box, right? Like this is why Metatron's cube is so important. And why, you know, what was it? Was it 4chan a couple years ago? I don't even know if that still exists. Like you can see it reflected everywhere. Windows, you know, these symbols convey so much without necessarily just saying outright what it is. But this is why, again, why frequency numbers are so important.
I also think about the 4 horsemen in Revelations, that it represents, you know, 4 horsemen, the apocalypse, death, destruction. But then it also goes back to because when things are destroyed, they come back around again to create, to give life again, which it's still representative of you know, the Most High's power.
So in some ancient Hebrew, 4 could be related to their letter. It starts with the letter D, Dalet, which is funny because D is the 4th letter, and they represent that their letter with like door. So Kalel mentioned windows, you know what I mean, and it also 4 could also represent an entrance, and it can also be protect. You also got thorn, you know, so there's a lot of interesting connections with the number 4. It could be used for, you know, it could be powerful, or it could be used to kind of put you in that prison cell, you know, or that thought prison.
I'd like to add to that. And so sorry I slipped off, my electrical systems went haywire. But what you mentioned is really close to the point about the number 4 relating to Dalet. Now, I've spoken about the mystic number and the number, and this is something that people don't always get. And so when we think of, for example, the Torah, right, we think of Bet relating to the number 1, right? Well, yes, but Bet in Hebrew, I'm sorry, I say Bet, I mean the magician relating to the number 1. But when we look at the archetypes and the structures of the Tarot as being the Hebrew, Phoenician, the original 22 archetype letters, the letter Bet is what we're considering for the magician. The letter Jimal we're considering for the priestess, right? Jimal is the 3rd letter, representing the number 3. Dalet represents the number 4. So do you see there's this octave shift? You've got Aleph, Bet, Jimal, Dalet, right? But that Dalet represents the 3rd tarot card. And so we look at He as being the next extension of this. And so you'll see all of the numbers are 1 more than what they are in terms of their Hebrew letter. So the Hebrew letter of Dalet relates to the principle of Venus, relates to the principle of the priestess, right? I know the priestess, the empress. The empress is essentially the embodiment of this principle. So it's interesting how the number 4 and the number 3 relate to each other in this way. And when we consider from a Kabbalistic perspective, the number 4, chesed. Chesed means gentleness, in a sense. Not exactly gentleness, it means to be merciful. So the word pachat and the word chesed are the words that relate to the 4th sphere in Kabbalistic cosmology, into the Hebrew. And the chesed is often used in a dalet as a placeholder for the chesed sphere. And pachat means severity. So it's the balancing feature for the 4th sphere, which is 5. So when we look at 4 represents mercy from a Jewish perspective. And Dalet, being Venus, being the Empress, represents this mystical side of it, and which expresses 3 and 4. But the number 3 as the mystic representation of 4 is what we see when we look at the tarot. Because the tarot is looking at the mystic, where the Hebrew letters are looking at the actual. I hope that makes sense.
Most definitely. If I could add on to that, fours are the hardest and most dedicated workers you'll ever come across. And they will defend their home and country to tooth and nail. They will not procrastinate. They will toil endlessly. And they can be trusted with management and detailed secrets, country secrets. You'll see a lot of fours when it comes to the history of the MI5 and MI6 and the Mossad, and of course all of our horrible alphabet boys. Remember also that its planet is Mercury. So that's communication.
And Cancer.
True.
Cancer is also, we look at Cancer, the astrological sign. I want you to enjoy that because that's a 6 and 9 dancing together.
You will see that reflected in Pisces as well. And notice that they're both water signs. That's that yin yang.
It's interesting when you speak about Jupiter. Jupiter is really, you mentioned Mercury as relating to the number 4. Now we're getting towards the mystic and actual relationship. On the one level, Mercury does represent it. On another level, Jupiter represents it. Now, Jupiter and Mercury are very interesting because when we look at Etzrim, which is the tree, once again, number 3, expressing the tree. When we look at the tree of life, we see that the sphere of Jupiter and the sphere of Mercury are a dynamic polarity, i.e., essentially the same thing, two sides of one coin, which is rather fascinating because Jupiter represents the first sphere, represents the expression of the mentalist sphere, Hermetics. If we step into Hermetics for a moment, and when we consider that Mercury is the only planet that contains all 3 symbols, so it's the one out. It's like the piggy out of the middle of the batch, because they all have either a circle and a cross, a circle and a crescent, or a cross and a crescent. Jupiter is the cross and the crescent. Saturn is the cross and the crescent. So here we're seeing a dynamic system of polarity between Jupiter and Saturn as well represented. But on the Kabbalistic tree of life, we're looking at Mercury and Jupiter being this dynamic polarity. And so we're considering that Mercury is the one that puts the feet on the ground and the head in the clouds. Mercury is the communicator of the gods, one that is able to step into the higher spiritual planes while maintaining contact with the physical planes. It's the only planetary intelligence that can do that effectively. And it takes a sense of duality for this to be able to occur. And 4 is the first place where we sense this dynamic duality taking form, because 2 is 4. 1 and 1 is 2, and 2 and 2 is 4. So dynamic duality of 2 is 4. So 4 expresses this very perfectly as the first point of dynamic duality that you can find. And so Jupiter on one end, an aspect puts a finger into the number 4, and Mercury on another aspect puts another finger into the number 4. And Mercury represents also the 5. Because when we look at the pentagram represents humanity, human, and what it means to be human in terms of humanity. We'll get to that. But the number 5 also has a very powerful mercurial element in it, even though it's an extreme number and it's the most stable form that you can get. 4 represents stability, but 5 is where you find stability, which is quite interesting how 4 represents Mercury, but 5 is where you find Mercury, even though Mercury has a very powerful resonance of 8. So Mercury is one of those planets that really gets around all 3 aspects. It's got 3 fingers to speak of. But I love the way you look at the number 4 as being to do with communication for that second polarity, the second dynamic polarity, as I like to call it, represents communication in a sense, because there's you communicating with yourself and your ideas, and there's me communicating with myself and my ideas, and where myself and my ideas connect and yourself and your ideas connect is where we form the next polarity. And that is the dynamic polarity between me and my ideas, you and your ideas, halfway, me expressing my ideas, you expressing your ideas. And so the number 4 becomes the capitulation of this process, which matures into number 5, where we find the personal expression. So I love the way you put things together, Carla.
Thank you for that, Franklin. You hit on a very important note, because we're talking about different levels or different framing when it comes to intelligence, and ultimately when it comes to control and command, right? So certain things that are understood don't necessarily have to be stated, right? So the 4 isn't the most creative. It's actually one of the least creative energies, and that's because it's very logical. It deals with command. It deals with that kind of like primary directive. You don't have to tell our bodies to breathe, typically, right? We don't have to tell our heart to beat, typically. We don't have to, a lot of things are universal, quote unquote, second nature, right? And that's that 4 energy.
I love that. That's great. I think this is why I vibe so much with the number 4, because on top that I'm on 8 life paths, so that's double 4, 44, which I was born and raised on 44th Street in Brooklyn, and I'm also a Gemini, which Franklin was touching on Mercury. That's my planet. And then Franklin was also talking about duality. I mean, what other horoscope sign represents duality other than Gemini, right? That's why we always get the bad rep. And there's 2 faces. No, we're not. We're just, we just could do it all. Basically, we're multifaceted, and I love how you said how even though Mercury is tied in with 4, but you have to go to 5 to find Mercury, which of course, if Mercury is the 5th planet. So I see all of those connections, and it's just very, very lovely. It is.
It seems like we're automatically transitioning to number 5, unless anyone's got something they want to add to number 4.
No, I think it's a perfect number 5.
Ooh, sorry, one more thing to add on 4.
Leonardo da Vinci's image. One we've all got close to our hearts, I'm sure. What a beautiful image. The way in which the human body fits into a sphere or a circle, forming a pentagram, being number 5. First point. Second point, how a pentagram, and now we're getting into the structure of the universe, right? 108, 72. Wow, this is this is a big one. So the number 5, we see the pentagon is the most stable structure that there is, because it actualizes the stability of 4, but in a dynamically creative way, obviously. It brings about the communicative potential of 4 in a dynamic and creative way. And so it actualizes humanity in the dynamic and creative way. And so one can even relate the number 5 to the world. And in Kabbalistic terms, this is what it is. The world is related to the number 5, the extension of the personal world. So it's where the personal self really starts to get its rise from. Now, from a Kabbalistic perspective, number 5 also relates to Mars, which is quite interesting, even though it's mystic overtone or undertone of Mars. It relates to the actualization principle, which is inherent in the subtle aspect of Mars. We consider Mars to be of 2 natures. On the horoscope, we look at Mars as being Aries, but we forget that Mars is also Scorpio. And so the other side of Mars is very much to do with self-actualization. We generally do this through sex. So go figure, the other side of Mars is sex, which relates to desire. And so the desire relates to the process of causality. So the causal plane is an extension of the number 5 in essence, and an extension of the sphere of Mars in its feminine domains. So we can consider causality as being a reflection of the dynamic creative ability to communicate. And we're communicating with the universe through our essential being. So being is sort of equitable to communication, if you think about it, because this universe is a feedback loop, and we are speaking our lives out into the universe through our actions, and we are reverberating karmic resonance back from the words of our actions and our lives back into the core. And this is the Leonardo da Vinci image showing us how fire capitulates all 4 elements of 4, but puts it under the domain and the control of the quintessence. Quintessence representing the number 5 as the striking of sound-making manifestation. So we're talking about the etheric resonant field vibrating. And so this brings us back to Gemini, which is why I believe the polarities are so important, because it's re-echoing and reverberating the essential potential and power of the number 2. But now the number 2 is in a dynamic process of 3, making 5. I'll leave it at that for a moment. I don't want to go too deep into the deep end of the pool. But the number 5 is of endless meditation. One other thing I would say is that the 108 relates to the astral planes, and the 72 relates to the etheric planes. So now this is going to tie into what Liberlam was saying earlier about the 3 states, right? Because you have vibrational states, and then you have the astral state, and you have the etheric state. And when we consider the etheric state, I'll be with you in a minute, Josh, the etheric state and the astral state, we compound them toward each other. And what do we get when we add 72 and 108? We get 180, which is half of the 360. And it takes 2 of those to make a 360. So there's the implication of communication. It's only half of the story.
So I have a question for those that are really into the Indian ancient information. When you look at the number 5, you know, right in the dead center, imagine that being a propeller. You can even look, you know, you can put 2 on top of each other and make a nice, some of those symbols that the people seem to demonize. So what in the Hindu culture, that number, that sign, you know, I see it like a propeller spinning in the middle. What could that mean in the Indian Buddhist, you know, old ancient? What do you guys have on that?
So from the Buddhist perspective, the number 5 relates to the hand in a lot of ways. You have your 4 fingers and your thumb, and together, like what the hand functions as is as a tool used for grasping. So your fingers come together, the 4 comes together, and the thumb wraps over it. And so the fingers, at least from a Buddhist perspective, relate to impressions, sensations, perceptions, and dispositions. And then the thumb is like mind itself, although more specifically, it's mind separated into mind moments and extending into a form, with those mind moments being structured by form or being turned into will, a procedure of those mind moments. And so it's a little bit complex, but I imagine it kind of like you have these kind of 4 fingers, which are sort of like incapable of grasping on their own. And this fifth thing is like knowledge, and knowledge wraps it together to make it will. It wraps it together to make it grasping. And so to me, that hits at like a visceral level of like 5, and where we would first see 5 is like the 5 on our hands.
You took the words right out of my mouth, Libra. If you think about your hand and your 4 fingers and your 1 thumb, right? That can either be peace or it can be war if you ball it up, right? So understand that the 5 takes the energy out of the 4. Like it looks towards the 4 as its soulmate, because that's completion. That they make 9 together. So that's going to speak to your symbol. But you can see that easily in just your own hand.
That's amazing that you say that, Carlo, because as Libra Lamb is giving this amazing explanation about the hand, and and then when he says when it wraps around the 4, of course my mind thinks of a punch, how it's on my aggressive side, like, yeah. And then I thought of One Punch Man. But it's so true that you said it could be used like for good, or or things that are not so good, like war. And it's amazing that you even mentioned that, because in the tarot, the number 5 is not a very good number. It's upset, it's challenges, it's struggles, it's karma, motion of the change of things, and as Franklin is giving his explanation, talking about Mars, right, with the number 5, and he speaks about the pentagram. Quickly, I thought about the pentagram. So you have 2 symbols there. You have a upright triangle and an upside down one, right? So the upright is fire, and the pointing down is water. So fire and water kind of don't mix, but you put them together, it's a pentagram. And then this is why why they came out with this saying, men are from Mars and women are from Venus. So we could mix, and but if we're not on the same level, we don't make a good combination. It could lead to not so well things if we're not balanced. So that's what's representative in the tarot card, which is the Hierophant, which it's tradition, it's about religion, society, conformity, things like that. But it's crazy how all of these things just still tie in together.
2 things I'd like to add to that. You speak about the Hierophant. That's very, very on point. It's exactly what I really wanted to point out. The Hierophant is, in its mystical capacity, is the 4. Its actualizing capacity, it's the 5. In its mystical capacity, it's the He, which is Yod, He, Vav, He. We're talking about the Tetragrammaton here. This is the great name of manifestation as per the Hebrew system, which comes actually from Chaldea, once again. So this is a Paleo-Hebrew offspring. It comes from the Paleo-Hebrew tradition before Hebrew existed. So the Tetragrammaton is carrying the He as the power to manifest the Yod. And the Yod is that singular process, the sperm, which is filling it up. So it's the way in which power can be projected. And it also represents, on a mystical level, it represents the astral on a deep mystical way. So this number 5 is an extension of the world. It's also, like you say, war and peace is represented in it as well, in a sense. And so we can consider the number 5 to be probably the most important number to watch, because it represents our passions in this capacity. When we what we use our 4 fingers and our 5 fingers for is to grasp the things we want, or to smash the people we want to smash with a fist. If you want to look at it, it's about what I can get or what I don't want. And so the hands are the way in which we enforce our passions on the world directly. And it's also how the hard work of the 4 comes into being, through the hands. And a moment to look at these hands, these 5 fingers, is quite interesting. So you've got the mound of Venus, you've got the mound of Jupiter, you've got the mound of Saturn, you've got the mound of the Sun, and you've got the mound of Mercury. And so these 4 mounds, the 4 fingers represented. Mars is down here. You've got a mound of Mars. You've got a mound of Mars between Jupiter and and you've got the planet and the moon down here. So when we're looking at the fingers, we're specifically looking at the planets. Jupiter as the forefinger, Saturn as the strongest finger on your hand, which is normally the finger that you like when you say up yours, right? You say up your butt. It's a Saturnian curse of mudra, essentially. And then obviously the finger of the sun, which is where husbands and wives connect through, right? So obviously a good day to get married is the 6th. And then the little finger is the mercurial finger, which is really, really interesting because that finger, if you look at the Chinese medicine, has a line that goes straight to the heart. So by following the nadi of the middle finger, you can find the heart points, which you've got to be careful not to overstimulate because it will change the beating of your heart. So there's something important to do with that finger, the principle of Mercury and the beating of your heart, and how the heart is what channels our passions. Yeah. So if someone's passionate, you say that person's got a lot of heart. It's got to do with that mercurial finger. It's got to do with the nadi that comes from the pinky. And the pinky is also a very interesting finger that you use because it's the directing finger. It doesn't look like it's the directing finger, but when you swivel around that, when you're using your hands without noticing or without, if you observe it, you might notice that you tend to swivel around the mercury finger, almost as if it's a swiveling point. For the other 4 stronger fingers that are going to grasp, but to get the grasp, the mercury is important to set you up for the grasp. So it's sort of communicating, once again, to all the other fingers. How are you going to pick things up? I just thought I'd add those few little tidbits in.
And just real quick, in Norwegian, the number 5 is pronounced fem, F-E-M.
Thank you
It's
for
the
that.
number of Isis, by the way. Isis is represented by the number 5. So from an Egyptian Hermetic perspective.
There's a lot of reasons for that. 5 is the number of the traveler. 5 is the number of entertainment, sex, good luck, health, beauty, and good looks. 5 is mesmerizing to the 4 because it can do something that the 4 can't do. It can automatically get its wealth by traveling. See, the 4 has to put in vacation time, right? It has to change its routine. The 5 is mesmerizing because it actually gains its power from movement, right? Movement of all sorts. So that's travel, that's sex, that's creation, that's dance, that's literal entertainment. It's also selling things. 5s can easily put themselves in somebody else's shoes because they're able to move to do so.
What about the significance of the 5-pointed star?
Ooh. Well, the 5-pointed star, we have a pentagon, right? The pentagon is the center of a pentacle, right? So whether or not that star is standing upright, like it does on the American flag, so to speak, or the flag of Texas, right, the Lone Star State, or whether it's inverted, like in the sigil of Samael and Lilith, right? Well, here's the interesting thing about that form. When you look at it inverted, the house or the pentagon in the center stands up straight. When you have it stand up straight, like we like to see on the flags, right? The house is upside down. So this is the difference between invoking and evoking, bringing something in versus sending something out. This is also why, and I'm not advocating for this, but I study as much as I possibly can. This is why black magic, satanic magic, they call it demonic, left-hand path, is demonized. Mind you, demon originally meant the word genius, right? Demonized the way it is because you can more easily get your house in order, as opposed to going along with the system, which was never meant for that, which is actually coming from the exact same place.
That's also an interesting point that you bring up with the juxtaposition of the polarity being expressed once again. What we were talking about earlier, how 5 re-embodies the dynamic polarity of 2, the potential, and brings it into actualization. Beautiful. And back to what you said as well, Ronan, about the significance of the pentagram, as Cabala pointed out, the polarity, and also the fact that this pentagon in the center is the most stable structure that there is. You're going to build a structure that can take bombardment. It's going to be a 5-sided structure because the walls are the strongest. You can't knock them down. Castles have always had 5 sides for this reason. Stability. It expresses dynamic stability. Though, when we look at the pentagram, and this is what I was talking about earlier, maybe I didn't explain it very well. The number 108 and the number 72. Everywhere where the lines bisect each other, there's 108 and 72 being expressed. So the quinence, which is 72, quinence, is being expressed, and the 108 is being expressed. Now, the 108 is rather fundamental. That could be a discussion all on its own. But obviously, it's an expression of the octave of 9, as is 72 an expression of the octave of 9. The 108 is bringing into the expression of the octagon, and the octagon expressing the primal unity, 108, and it is bringing it into expression through the feminine principle of the 0. Very important to understand this. Where the 72 is an actualizing of the Hermetic principle of 7, right? And dynamically polarizing. So the 7 is being applied to the dynamic polarity, and you've got 72. The etheric plane, and the 108 represents the astral planes. So this is why if you go to India, you've got a mala of 108 beads. When I chant my Ganesha, this is probably interesting to mention. Shiva's number is number 5. So you can't really have a discussion without mentioning that Shiva Mukti. If you have a Panchamukhi Rudraksha, so this Rudraksha is a Panchamukhi Rudraksha that I wear, which is the number 5, and it's expressing the number 5. Well, I have 4s in particular places because I'm a number 4. Number 4 is a big part of my number. But number 5 represents the powers, the siddhi, which Shiva represents that aspect of consciousness which is able to transcend physical form. And once again, here we're speaking about what we were touching on with Mercury, being the only planet that with the feet on the ground that can actually touch the dynamic spirit and bring that information back down, because it's got all 3 parts, part of its structure, part of its symbolism. So Shiva thus represents this, what the alchemists can consider as this creating the gold, and from that creating the thrice refined gold. So they refine the gold, they refine the white gold, and they double refine this white gold, which is once again implying the number 8, because it's a double process, right? 2, 4, 8. So there's lots of subtle recognitions being brought into consideration when we look at the number 5. It's a very complex number, and when we're talking about Shiva and Shiva consciousness, we're talking about the ability to withdraw consciousness from the body. So it's also very much to do with the shamanic path, because the shamanic path is essentially about withdrawing consciousness from the body and allowing the consciousness to fly, and then bringing the consciousness back into the body and bringing in this process of information that one has gained from the alternative realities that one is traveling into. And so this is, in essence, a mercurial process. And so we look at the alchemy as placing Mercury at the center. And when you look at dynamic alchemy, they're always saying on about the pentagram, they take a look at that. Now, another thing to consider is when we go to China and the pentagram is rather interesting, because they represent this dynamic principles in a very fascinating way. When they look at the way the elements work, they split the air element into 2 aspects. And so, in a sense, the number 5, in its capacity to echo Mercury, we need to understand that Mercury in old times was visualized as a symbol, which is a man with breasts and a vagina. Now, this is going to bring up some notes for where we are at right now in this modern day and age. You know, all this business going around, man. So the idea of Mercury represents, and finds its expression shamanically in the form of a frog, amongst others. The frog is very much close to Mercury's heart. So the frog represents this union. And once again, this is the polarities that Cabala was talking about. The pentagram in the side representing the juxtaposition, male and female. What are you, male and female? Well, when you look within that male, you see the female. You look within that female, you see the male. This is a very mercurial process. It comes back to what Moonfeather was saying earlier about how Geminis are always judged often as being like, you know, what are you, one or the other? No, both. I can see both sides of the story. They don't have to choose a side. And that's something quite interesting about the number 5. It doesn't have to choose a side. It's a choice. I'll leave it at that for now.
Frankly, you just hit on a really, really wow numeric point. I don't know if you knew you were doing it or not when you spoke about the octagon and when you speak about Gemini and the 5, right? The 8 and 5 energy don't really get along, and it's not really personal. The 5 needs to be free because it's the traveler, right? And the 8 kind of wants to own and command. So the 5 can't live under that. You know what I mean? Of course, the 8 hates rebels. You know what I'm saying? So that's ultimately what you just said when it comes to that, to the octagon reflecting, or like the Gemini energy, because the 8 is also the as above, so below.
It's crazy that you even mentioned that, because supposedly, I like 5 is not like a really good number with me. But then if you add 5 and 8, right, you're gonna get a breakdown of 4. You know, so it's still, am I adding that right? 5 plus 8 is 13, and 1 plus 3 is 4. So it's still, you know, it still has to do with me still, you know. But you know what? I wanted to redact something I said before when we were first talking about earlier pentagrams. I don't know why I was thinking of hexagrams, which is why I said the fire symbol and the water symbol makes that particular shape. I'm sorry, but you could apply that to now if we talk about 6. So I'm kind of ahead of you guys.
It does actually work because of what Kyle was speaking about, that double polarity of 5. It does actually work. It's just not so obvious. And we're talking about the inner pentacle that forms the basis of that triangle. I hope that makes sense to you. So with the inner pentacle, it does complete the triangle, because the outer, the one is a bigger triangle, which takes into account the top of the point. But when you break it down, you get a slightly different shaped triangle. And these 2 triangles are used in Freemasonry, by the way, in their symbolism. And so when you look at Freemasonry documents, you'll see these 2 triangles, and they're not the same triangle. So one's an equilateral triangle and one's a different triangle. But these 2 triangles are very much reflected in the 5. And so they break 2 triangles out of the 5, 2 different triangles, but 2 triangles nonetheless, as you said. So you weren't that far from being correct, even though it's not 6, it's not the harmony of the 2 triangles being expressed in terms of the balance between them, in terms of the scale. It's still got the 2 triangles.
Okay, I can see that. Thank you for that, Franklin. Shall we move on to 6?
Real quick, 5 is also connected to Saturn, and it's also connected to life, like VIVE. If you pronounce it, you take the F and you put a V instead. It could mean life as well. I was looking, I found some information, but I'll have to come back. But the number 5 can also be related to the word Shah, or at least the root word Shah. So, from an etymology perspective, but I can't get a direct connection there. So I'll have to come back more. But maybe there's a reason the Shah-man's here. Maybe 5 has something, there's a connection there. Maybe something or want to dig deeper there. But yeah, we can move to 6.
I'll just add one thing that you mentioned about that. When you look at it from the Chaldean and the Paleo-Hebrew scripts, you've got the numbers 301, the Shah. Now, 301 is a 4, right? 301. Once again, we've got the 0 in the middle. When you've got the 0 in the middle, there's something interesting happening. So you've got the 4, but the 4 is a mystic number of 5. What we were speaking about earlier, that 4 only finds expression in 5. Because 4 in its own is a stability. It's a stabilizing factor. So in order for 4 to become active, it needs to step into 5. Hence, we say that 4 is the mystic number of 5. So it does relate to the number 5 in Shah. There was something else you said that I was going to respond to and add to, but I've forgotten. But I'm ready to move on to number 6 as well.
Life. Oh, and yeah, so it's funny that you mentioned that, because I'm having difficulty getting concrete connection with the number 5 in Shah. I know there is one, but it's almost, yeah, you're mentioning 4. And then, but really, yeah, that's why I can't find a direct connection in computer land, because, you know, it's mystical. Sorry, the internet isn't like super mystical. So anyway, yeah.
Anybody else? Anything on number 5 before we move to number 6? Oh, one thing I was going to say. 5. You talk about life. You talk about 5. You talk about that golden spiral, and now we're looking at the fractal nature of reality, and that is bound by the 5, which is where the 108 and the 72 meet. So these two numbers, 72 and 108, they come out of the pentagram, and 5 is represented by the pentagram. So it's where the astral and the etheric meet, and they create this confluence of structure, which is a expanding and contracting spiral of life.
Brilliant. We could keep there. Let's go 6. Who wants to start? 6. 666.
Sexy 6
is home. 6 is family. 6 is the people who would rather have a drink in their basement in their own little table than go to a bar or lounge. 6 is your average Joe. It's the number of friendship, animal lovers. 6 is very equipped when it comes to men. They tend to go towards 5s. 6 is also the ultimate number of time. When we talk about 666 and the beast, this is where that comes from. 24 hours in a day, 60 seconds in a minute, 60 minutes in an hour. And 666 is a combination of 3 6s. You know, this is for a reason. 6 plus 6 plus 6 is 18, which breaks down to 9, right? Because ultimately we're talking about the inversion of everything in this realm. That's 6.
And on the surface, we can see there are most of the logos out there on these big companies. It's embedded 666 is embedded in their logos, hidden, mixed in there. Sometimes it's so overt, but yeah, they know what they're doing.
Especially in every single barcode.
Every single barcode. I don't know how that connection.
Libelam, I'm sorry, brother. I didn't notice you had jumped out, and I didn't see your picture down there. Now I saw it popped in.
It's whenever I get a phone call, it just knocks out my audio from my AirPods. It's so irritating.
When I look at the screen, my eye gets hurt because I'm in a dark room with this bright light over my. So I try not to look at the screen directly because like it blinds me.
Something on the 6 that I think is important to add is how it's sensuous. So, you know, when we think of 6, a lot of the times we think of the 6 senses, and I think that there's a sort of alchemy to the 6 where there's a way in which the senses can be something that bind us down, and there's also a way in which this senses are something which I think can elevate us. They are kind of like portals or gateways in and of themselves. You know, vision is something that is totally, you know, there are ways in which they come together, but it's like its own thing. Hearing is its own thing. Feeling is its own thing. Tasting, smelling, they all connect to their own principles. And from an esoteric point of view, they're all portals in and of themselves.
And just one comment to add, 6 could connect with the sun.
6 also, okay, so I'm going to try not to dive too deep. The 6th sense. There we go, not too deep. The 6th sense, what is the 6th sense? Well, we know what the 5 senses are. The 6th sense is thought, right? And thought has 2 junctions, as with the hexagram. It's got 2 junctions. So it's the emotional force and it's the thinking structuring force, as we consider it. And so when we look at the sphere of the Cabala, we're looking at the sphere of 6. And from a Kabbalistic perspective, as was Cabala so beautifully putting out in terms of its actualization, harmony is what 6 represents. And beauty. Beauty is what we translate to Bharat into, which is the name of the 6th sphere. And it does relate very much to the solar power. Sometimes it's considered to be a reflection of Venus because of the mystic side of Venus, the 7 spheres around the central sun. So when we consider Venus in relation to the sun, we could say that the mystic side 6 is there, which is when we're talking about that side of the light bringer, which is 666, it's relating to the mystic side compounded in its 3 phases. But 6 in its normal state does relate to beauty, harmony, and so it's very much to do with its capacity as the solar power. It relates to self-expression, not just expression, but self-expression specifically. So in terms of career, like Cabala was saying, someone who would rather be at home and have a few drinks at home. That sounds like a writer, doesn't it? Somebody who would sit at home and write, and thinkers and philosophers, you know, fall into this vein as well, even though it's not strictly philosophy, because you could say that the impulse of 3 is highly to do with understanding. And so understanding relates to the sciences, various different sciences. So 6 is this compounding 3 with the other 3. So it brings the power of 3, the power of understanding, into play. So I always equate the number 6 to knowledge, which is quite an interesting way of considering it. And when we look at the 6th sign of the zodiac, it is Virgo. And Virgo in this capacity represents knowledge, because Virgoans are all about studying, reading, and being librarians and getting vast repertoires of knowledge and information, putting it together, the scribes. And we can't say that without mentioning that Virgo is where we find the celebrations for the Epiphanies, Trismegistus. The special dates are celebrated in the Virgo phase of the sun, which is relating to knowledge, which is relating to the 6th sphere, which is relating to the beauty. And in the Cabala, the 6th sphere, the weapon of the 6th sphere is the book. And that is your spell book, your book of knowledge, your book of verse, your book of whichever tradition you're from. That would be your you know, in the Wicca, it's got another name. In every tradition, you'll have a book. In a psychologist's room, it would be your dream journal, or your journal relates to the number 6. So it has very much to do with looking back at yourself, in a sense. In the way that the 3 is mirroring, it gives the opportunity for the mental assessment and the emotional strain to come together in a state of perfect harmony, to reflect the aspects of knowledge which is inherent within the human heart, which is the expression of the sun. And so we can speak of the sun as being representative of knowledge in a sense, even though it isn't pointing at knowledge, it finds a way to express knowledge, which is why very often solar representation, solar personalities are really good at managing because they are the jack of all trades. I'll leave that at that point.
Let me throw this out there. God created humans on the 6th day and other animals. Okay. 6. If you look up Norwegian, it's pronounced sex. Spelled in English, S-E-K-S. And I always, if I hear an X, I just put an X there because you don't need a K-S, so you don't need anything. So 6 sounds like sex, and in Norwegian it's pronounced sex. So I just want to throw that out there.
I want to also add that with 6 you have kind of like a pyramidic shape. Like when you turn 6 into a 3, when you go 3, 2, 1, you have this ascension, and then with the pyramid itself, you can kind of extend that where you go 9, the 3 turning into 9, the 2 turning into 4, and then meeting at the 1. I think that there's something very profound in this 6ness of the pyramid.
The 6 is ultimately representative of the creation of life. This is why 666 is perverted so much and referred to as like a beastly thing. 6 is the nurturer, the therapist, the caregiver, community workers, real estate, people who literally just deal with the home. So you can understand why it would be perverted in such a way. To segue to the 7, this is why or where we get the old adage of a prophet is never accepted in their home, because we're talking about that 7 energy. 6 represents the home. 7 comes to ultimately disrupt it because there might not be a home if everyone was into spirituality.
I absolutely agree with everyone's interpretations of 6. The only thing I would like to add is when, of course, when it comes to the tarot, it's associated with the Lovers, right? Which happens to be Gemini's only card dedicated to the Gemini, which is that duality, right? But then, on the other side of beauty, your higher self, and passion, there's also the flip side of that. We got obsession, fetishes, fixation. So like we got the negative side to that as well. When it comes to love, it could be an excess and obsess over things. So there's that duality.
It makes so much sense too. It's like the 6 is like a triad of 2s. It's a triad of dualities, and so the dualities are bound together in a powerful way, I would say. Just to add on to what you said there.
Are we good? We still live?
I felt like that silence was powerful.
Yeah, I love it. That's fine.
We are still live, I believe. Definitely. I missed the last part of what you said, although I think it trailed off. Am I right?
Take it off into 7.
I'm curious how you guys would see 6 going into 7.
We can do that if you're ready to go into 7. Where harmony moves into 7, like Cabala so well pointed out, is a disruptive element to this. Spirituality is very disrupting. So we speak about all these symptoms that people are experiencing. The Kundalini arousal symptoms are what happens when you move from 6 to 7. So unless anyone's got anything else to add about 6, then we can go on and on forever with 6, the dynamic harmonies of 6. But I'd love for those of you that want to add anything or jump into 7. Anybody who wants to. But I can feel Kalao. His fingers getting itchy.
Well, 7 is the loner energy. 7 is the mystic. 7 is the extremely high IQ. But typically it's more book smarts than what we would call street smarts. It's also the number of technology. It's prone to disease and injury. Strong mind, weak body. This is where you'll see Christ talk about take up your cross and follow me, because it is a very lonely path according to the ego, right? It is a very unlucky number. 7s tend to have gambling issues, right? This is why you see the 777 again on casinos. If it wasn't for bad luck, casinos would not be in creation. And I need to point that out, especially when it comes to what we call the indigenous, because they essentially placated people by giving them casinos, and these people were not the actual indigenous, but that's another story. The 7 energy, because it is so unearthly, is prone to homosexuality. Also, because the matrix does not want to support that kind of energy, it does not do to start a relationship of any kind under a 7 energy. 7s are also the most misunderstood by people. They have more natural enemies than all because they gain the attention of all. And this is a strange byproduct of fate, because they're more infamous than they are famous.
Beautifully put, Kalao.
Sorry.
I love the way you really put that together in a very succinct and very direct, accessible way. All that I'm thinking to add at this moment is, okay, the severity of 5. 5 is quite severe in a sense, because it's very direct, it's very powerful. And this dynamic power of 5, which represents Mars and represents Saturn in some levels, which is quite interesting, finds its expression through 7. And it's like when you go so deep into yourself, your identity, which is represented by the severity of the 5, you go into 7. So the words 7 and 7 are quite closely related, okay? And another thing to consider is 7 is even. S, which represents force and power and dynamic consciousness, even. So it's sort of whispering what you were saying, Carla, about that dynamic force, even, is being sort of broken in half. And the power of the body is being broken in half. And the potentials are being broken in half. When you break something in half, you get to see what's inside it. So in a sense, that 7 represents being broken in half and getting to see what's in the marrow of the bones, proverbially, as we can speak of it in those terms. So it does involve a very challenging path. And so the ascetic path is like a very severe path. I can only speak about my own experiences on that path, because I spent my whole life mostly on that path. And it's severe. You wake up early, you go to sleep, after you've been training severely the whole time. You count what you're eating, you eat as little as you can, you put yourself through your paces in order to, and that's like what represents carrying that cross, which is very much a part of the shamanic path. people think of shamanism as being like taking psychedelics and having way out experiences. No, shamanism is like putting yourself into nature and putting yourself so deeply into silence and peace, and so peace shatters your consciousness. And it's funny to think of peace in such a way, but peace will shatter you. And so 7 represents the peace that shatters you, in my experience of it. And that we think that it's the most amazing thing, go and live in the jungle. Well, what happens when you're living in the jungle after like months and months and months? And like you're getting into the point where there's nothing to do. There's nothing to entertain yourself with. There's nowhere to escape from yourself. There's just you looking at you the whole time, and it's quite extreme. It's quite intense. And you literally break open yourself. So that's what 7 does represent to me on some level, and I think that's why it's the transcendent aspect, because it's when you break yourself that you are able to transcend. And yeah, we're looking at that breaking yourself to transcend, and the way in which the dynamic life force is expressed. The dynamic life force of 4, which is in motion through 6, is expressed through 7. So we've got that aspect of the phoenix, which is the fire being reflected to 4 by the stability of continuity of 4 put together, which creates that shattering experience of self-destruction, which is rebirth. So I would say that 7 has this quality of rebirth hidden in it as a mystic notion, where 7 sort of points its finger very subtly at number 9.
This ties together really beautifully into Buddhism, where they have the concept of the stream enterer, one who has 7 lives. And often this is interpreted as literal, like once a person has entered the stream of enlightenment, then they can only have 7 more rebirths. But what I would imagine is that it has a lot more to do with the alchemy of the 5, where the stream enterer has a sense of having overcome this, trial of Saturn, of 5-ness, and they feel, okay, I'm done. And it's like, nope, you're not done, because now you're at 7. You still have to go and get past the 8 and then get to the 9. And so often we think like, okay, I've mastered the energies and now I'm done. It's like, nope, you're still integrating. And it's interesting how it ties into like the 5 plus life and death.
You brought up a really interesting point, Franklin. The 7 has, imagine the 5 going through the mystery school, right? Going through the 2 pillars. That would be 11, right? We could argue that would be 2. It's much the same with the 7. The 7 looks at the 11 energy like it's completion, because no matter how you slice it, 7 plus 11 is 18, which breaks down to 9, or 7 plus 1 is 9, right? And that's completion. But that's the emotional side, because 7 it tends to be stuck and isolated, and this reality exaggerates it. So a 7 is actually an exaggerated one. What I mean by exaggerated, if you think about the caricature of a person, place, or thing, what do we do to animate it? We exaggerate the features, right? So somebody with big ears, they become bigger. Somebody with big teeth, they become bigger. Somebody who's short becomes shorter, so on and so forth. Well, that's the 7 existence here in this realm, as far as people, places, and things go. It's exaggerated to the point of it is naturally taught to at least question itself. I don't want to outright say hate itself, but this is why evolution and self-knowledge is so important.
Just to throw some stuff out there about 7, it connects with the moon. You could even, there's the ancient writings where it kind of is more curved than what we're used to when we write it. Obviously, on the 7th day, that's where you got the Sabbath, right? And God rested and all that. Obviously, 7 chakras. Obviously, 7 major notes in music. Ursa Major is made up of 7 stars. I see some. I'm looking at some mythology. It's looks like Filipino mythology that they have a they believed evidently that there was 7 moons in the time, and then there was like some dragon or like a something that ate like escaped those moons. So their mythology has 7 moons. You have Hydra. Hydra, I believe, has 7 heads, although don't quote me on that. Anyway, that's all I got. I just want to throw out just throwing stuff out there, seeing what sticks.
I think Hydra is a really good analogy for the 7. Even if the heads, I'm not sure either about the heads of Hydra, but the multiplying aspect of it. You cut off one head and it multiplies.
I like that. And
Dude, it's 9
it
heads.
makes us like the idea of the phoenix, which I was sort of alluring to, how 7 reflects this fiery principle of the phoenix in a sort of diluted form, if I can put it that way. And this is a really great way of putting that. The 7 heads of the will keep respawning in a sense. And what Ronan was also saying, it's really, really interesting about the 7 moons, and that 7 relates to the moon on one level, which is quite fascinating because it does. In terms of the actualization, okay, so how does it? When you think of the 7 Hermetic principles, you've got the first principle, which is mentalism, and in order for mentalism to take form, it had to go to the principle of vibration. So we can think of the principle of vibration of having to then bring about the quantum entangling effect, which is the principle of correspondence. In order for the vibration to exist, it had to be jumping out of a complete unity of perfection, the one, and then because it's jumping out, you can't leave one behind. You can't leave one imperfect. So you're there, but you're not there. There's a quantum entanglement, which is the second principle of Hermes, which is that all things correspond to other things. And because of the correspondence of all things corresponding to other things, it was pointing at a dynamic duality, which is thus the principle of polarity, the next principle that came into being, the fourth principle, which is the heart and the sun, and as above, so below, the dynamic polarity. And this dynamic polarity had to find its cognitive effects in actuation through rhythm, because polarity swinging pendulums need to create concussion against the other swinging pendulums. And those concussions create rhythm, and rhythm creates a pace. And the pace of rhythm's concussions produce causal counter effects. So causality had to be born as a shadow of this. And so when we look at the causality as the 6th principle, the 6th principle then had to come back to itself, and it had to come back to itself to reflect the dynamic polarity of the heart as generation. The generation is a reflection of the principle of the heart, which is the 6th sphere. And so 6 is the mystic number of 7. And the principle of generation, we're talking about the sphere of the moon. Let's be real about it. Because the moon is what generates. You think about plants. You know, when you plant your seeds when it's the full moon, because the moon is what's going to actually cause things to grow. Isn't that interesting? So that the moon has a very powerful resonant effect with the number 7. Although moon also has a resonant effect with the number 2, and the moon also has a resonant relationship with the number 9. So here we see this very interesting relationship between 9, 7, and 2. And I'm going to say that you think about 3, 6, and 9, right? But then there's 2, 7, and 9, which is sort of like a slight recalibration of the energetic field, if that makes sense, where 2 and 7 represent what 3 and 6 represents, but on an unmanifested form. So something you could think of as the unmanifest powers of the moon becoming I don't know, that's how I like to consider it. But it's very interesting when we look at this principle of generation, which is the seventh principle of the Hermetics practice, and we apply this to the generative principle, which does relate to your sexually generation equipment. Obviously, your Muladhara chakra relates to this on a very direct level because it's how we generate life. And the moon's power is essentially how this is going to come into being. And so that's a very interesting observation you made, Ronan.
Seven going once, seven going twice.
The seven moons. The seven moons you can relate to the seven chakras. And the seven chakras you can relate to as the seven colors in the aura. The seven colors in the aura you can relate to as the commingling of the three states. The three states are the three essential states of being, which, as we've seen, compound numerologically to become seven. And so you could think of seven bodies, seven states of consciousness being reflected. And these seven states are all essentially variations of the first three principles as they compound, which is bringing us back to the number 1 through 10, right? So this is where the Hermetics is the expression of the Cabala. Even though the Cabala is speaking about the 10 spheres, the tree of life, which is an expression of the 3. So the first 3 principles is where the tree comes into being, and the tree then picks up the next 7 spheres as the fundamental 7 principles of Hermetics. So that's quite interesting, because that means that the 7th principle does also align, fascinatingly, with the number 1. And so this brings us back to what Cabala was saying about how it's a very lonely path. And loneliness, lon, is quite an interesting word, you know, if you think about it. Lone, all alone. You can lend. 7 is to do with lending. It's about the loan of power from outside of yourself, or the loan of something as well. You know, loneliness, loaning. I thought I'd put that out there.
Well, this is why from the East they say that there's 7 steps to heaven, typically referred to as the chakra system, or the 7 main chakras. This is also why, you know, we'll get there, but you know, we have many more chakras than just those 7, and this is where the idea of a solar system comes from 7 planets that we can supposedly see with the naked eye, and 2 that we cannot.
That's the 8 and 9. Which, are we going into 8 now?
7 going once, 7 going twice.
Seven is a difficult one. It's probably the most difficult number of all numbers to comprehend, because it's the one, it's the left out number. All the other numbers have got like a place, and 7 is just this frustrating, and like Carlisle put out there right at the beginning, summarized it to the T. But who would like to pick up the number 8?
Oh, and just last thing on 7, and we go to 8. You can look at the NASA logo. It's the number 7, which is basically like a serpent's tongue. So I'm sure that's not by coincidence. So let's go. Yeah, let's move on.
We just really quick. We had an acronym back in the day when the Challenger exploded. That NASA meant need another 7 astronauts. That's cruel. I'm sorry, but I just thought of that.
Yeah, not a space agency. Let's go to 8.
They're all still alive, by the way. Every last one of those astronauts is alive.
No way, Kalel. They all have identical twins, bro.
Right.
There's no one. They all just happen to have identical twins. Sorry, so let's go to 8, y'all. I need to get to 9 or 10 because I gotta tap out soon. So number 8, you got obviously, you know, infinity. You got the Ouroboros, the snake eating its tail. What do you guys got on 8?
4 directions and 4 intermediate directions. And I was thinking about this last night. I was thinking, you know, when it comes to 8, you have east, west, north, and south, above, below, within, without. And I'm not sure about, you know, whether that within, without fits into that, but that's how I finished that off. I was thinking going from the 6 to the 8. That's kind of what came to mind. I'd like to hear you guys' input though on this.
8 is the number of money. It's the number of power and karma. 8s tend to be materialistic by nature, as they should be. Many ups and downs, whether it be weight, money, power. It's hard for an 8 to maintain a middle ground. You know, it's typically real high or real low. Karma is tougher on 8s. It hits faster than anybody else. This is why they appreciate the 4 energy, because that gives them the control to their command. Very much yin yang, very much as above, so below. Indecisive at first. Some can be dictators, some can be very inclusive leaders. In general, you don't want to argue with the 8. They don't like debates. They'll bring down the hammer hard on you. But they have a very, very artistic nature, a very, they make good leaders, although also very reluctant.
Absolutely agree with all of that. I just want to add to it. Let's see. Number 8 is the strength card in tarot, and it's crazy because much earlier in the show, Ronan, we were kind of like talking about 8, and you had mentioned ox, which is crazy because, you know, not only I'm an 8 life path, but I'm also an ox in the Chinese zodiac. So you had related ox to the number 8 before. I picked that up real quick. And what else? Intellect, logic, the ability to submit. Yeah, it's you basically said everything else that I said. Yeah, it's a pretty well-rounded number.
Stubborn or patient.
It needs to be well-rounded to lead to 9.
Both. It's actually both.
Yeah, I know.
8 is the number of femininity. That's where we get that well-figured, coke-figured, you know what I'm saying, frame body style that we all, you know, tend to love so much.
The hourglass figure, right?
Right. You know, back in the day, in my grandfather's day, we called it the Coke bottle. You know what I'm saying? Back when it was a little bit more natural, or maybe when it had cocaine in it. You know what I'm saying? That was a different story. But that shape is eternal.
Let's think about 8. I ate something. So 8 also represents taking something into yourself. So in the sense of like achieving things, 8 has a lot to do with achievement. I also see 8 as being holding the Saturnian vibration in it too, an aspect of the Saturnian vibration, shall we say, in terms of time. And you speak about the hourglass, and it's also representative of infinite proportions, which is quite interesting. When you turn the 8 on itself, you're talking about infinity. Though when you take the 8 standing upside down or standing upright up, it doesn't matter. So it's showing us how time, the future, and the past are connected through the hourglass. And the moment you take time and turn it on its side, you've got infinity. So time and space are bound by 8. So when we're speaking about these polarities or the dynamic polarities, another thing I'd add to 8 is, excuse me, 2 times 2 is 4 times 2 is 8. So it's a trinamic polarity of 2. So all that vast potential that we covered in the sphere of 2, of Chokmah, being the dynamic power of change and potential, is really finding its expression in 8. So you could think of 8 as a mystic completion. And it's a big stretch for me to use those words, because it's not really, I'm making those words are, I'm making those words, but I'll explain what I mean by those words. 9 is the finality of completion, but 8 is what completes to become 9. So the principle of completion is reached through 8. So 8 is also very hard workers. I mean, if you're interested in money, you're interested in getting money, you generally want to make money, you're generally focused on making money, that you're going to be focused on hustling and making it happen. So it's also the outer form of manifestation, in as much as 3 is the principle of manifestation, where the dynamic power of 2 takes form. So when we take the dynamic power of 2 taking form and multiply that aspect, or use that aspect to multiply 2 3 times, we end up with a very interesting dynamic, which is 8. So 8 is sort of a combination of the 3 and the 2 in a very specific dynamic way that reflects a completion, or the aspect of completing what was begun in number 2. In the same way that 9 completes what was begun in the number 3. I'd love to hear your thoughts, if I'm being succinct enough.
That spoke to me very, very closely. I think of the 8 also within the context of different kinds of suffering. You have 8 kinds of suffering in Buddhism: birth, aging, sickness, death, encountering with the unpleasant, separation from the pleasant, not gaining what one desires, and the 5 clinging aggregates talked about as one thing, composing 8 things. And so I imagine that kind of the way that I see 8 is, it's like you have these 4 directions and the 4 intermediate directions. But when you're talking about a compass, you're talking about it orienting around a pole. And so 8 is like the path leading to 9. I really resonate with how you guys were talking about it as path and completion in regard to the path.
One thing I like to add about the 8 energy is, I think 8 is always a good thing. If you understand that there's a seen and there's an unseen, 360 and 360 is 720. The 8 is actually a wonderful reflection of that 9 energy. And you might want to kind of choose to see it that way, because if you don't, it will automatically become negative, because it will go either this way or that way. It's really up to you. So try to see it as a good thing, because not only is it an indicator of energy and wealth and material gain, but the opposite of that is going to be the lack.
It represents opportunity, in a sense, if we're going to get right down to it. And so that's what you're saying is so beautiful, Carlisle, that opportunity should not be, and it's okay, we're talking about how 8 represents money, but it only represents money on its outer rim. When we look at the marrow of what it represents that knowledge of how things are put together. And the knowledge of how things are put together sorry, my dogs were like running around with those big footsteps, big dog, big footsteps. The knowledge of how the structures are put together is how we can accumulate proverbial wealth, in a sense. So money on the outer rim is what we're seeing, but actually the process of getting towards that involves such an incredible intelligence in the way that a spider spins a web. 8 represents this dream time. And so the entire universe is structured according to time. So the understanding of time is the power of 8. So the power of 8 also holds within it the ability to transcend time. There's something quite profound in the power of 8. It might be one of the most powerful forces in the universe, if you think about it, because it's bringing the dynamism, it's bringing what is a static principle of 4 back to itself, which is essentially that command multiplied by itself into such dynamic structure, which represents time. To my mind, 8 has always been such an incredible number of power. That's how I've always seen 8 personally. And I've always thought of, like, when you look at like numbers like 44, like, wow, it's such a powerful dynamic number, implying stability by stability as pure potential. And so 8 to me represents potential. And it also represents learning, the capacity to learn. I don't know. I'll put that out there for people to batter out.
I think with the 4s too, it's like you have a square and then you have a square forming at its diagonals. So there's tension on tension, but it's going beyond that kind of tension in and of itself, beyond the basic 4. And so I think it introduces a polarity that has a lot to do with learning. Yeah, I resonate a lot with that description of 8.
I definitely have to say opportunity at the very least, because you can't not see it, you can't not experience it, you can't not witness it. But if you choose to, it will be at your own detriment, and it will be grand. That's why, if you look at the Chinese when they did their Olympics on 8/8, right? That broke down to 8 for a reason. And if you look at what they did as a nation immediately following those Olympic Games, you'll see why they did it.
Could you go into
I love that you brought the
that a
Olympic
little bit?
Games into it and 8 into it. I think China is very focused on money. And I'll say just this, which is like a little anecdote. My ex was Chinese. And she always used to talk about like giving the ghosts money. And it's something they do in China. Like they speak about these hungry ghosts. And so in China, you go and buy money that's got bigger numbers on it. It's just a crazy idea. And you feed this money to the hungry ghosts. So they literally feed their hungry ghosts money in China. And they believe that by feeding their hungry ghosts money, they're going to get more money back. So I think this idea of breaking money to make money is very much part of the Chinese model, which is why they're so economically affluent. The moment the finger got taken off of them, because they were under the finger for a long time, the moment the finger got taken off of them, China really showed what it's capable of. And it's really capable of making money. They're not interested in starting wars, really. They don't want to go and waste money on bombs and stuff. They'd rather like, let's own the technology. Let's own the 5G towers. Let's look at what's like the center of the structure. I think number 8 relates to China in a way. I think it's amazing that you brought that up, Kalai. I think it's right on point.
So it's interesting you mentioned money. In Hebrew, the word 8 is pronounced shemone. And the root word shemen has some of the same letters, and it means oil. This word eventually evolved from the verb manah, meaning to distribute. So shemen means oil because it spreads out and distributes itself evenly across the surface. Shemone, 8, does the same with the fingers of of the hand. So if you look at the spelling of Shimone, it's evidently like has something to do with the finger. So in the Torah, allegorically, the number 8 is used to mean one spreading out into experience. So it's funny that the word 8 sounds like money in Hebrew, and you were mentioning money. It was good synchronicity there.
That's wild that you say that, because I'm gonna bring it back to the culture, because there's this word, right, a slang term called shmoney, and shmoney means money in the culture. Am I right or am I wrong? For those that know.
No, that's right.
You're speaking Hebrew and not even knowing it.
Look at that.
That's why hip hop is ran by a certain community. You know, I'm just saying it was, you know, we can, certain people would like to take credit for it, but in its current form since 1984, 85, it's been ran by a certain conglomerate. And that's for a reason. And that's why it talks about, by and large, what it talks about.
I love that you brought that up, Shmone. It's very on point, and what you point out about the oil is really interesting for me. I didn't know that at all. And if we look at the financial system on Earth at the moment, I mean, is it not revolving around oil? So there's the double untangling piece of information you presented here, Ronan. Both the Shmone as the number 8 and the word for oil stemming from that number, and oil has become the financial driving unit on Earth. Everything is based upon energy. 8, oil.
Something I just learned about 8 is one derivation of the infinity symbol, the sideways 8, is from the Roman numeral for 1000, which is like a C and then an I and then a backwards C, which is an interesting kind of a parallel there. I was thinking.
Another thing we could add here, and it might be relevant, is, okay, now we look at the letter P. Because you got the S, you got the O, and you got the P orbitals, right? In the model of physics, we're looking at atomic structure. And the P orbital is considered to be a double teardrop, right? Which is essentially a figure 8, but a 3-dimensional model of a figure 8. And it is the higher energy level in which one could suspect to find the activity of an electron. So it's the action, the sphere of activity of an electron on its highest orbital level, which is quite interesting. And then we look at the letter P. What the P represents is the dynamic balance, right? Where the feminine is standing upon the shoulders of the masculine, so to speak. I think, Ronan, you mentioned this in one of our talks before, how P represents it, which is why the P is so used in much occultism. You see this letter as like, and it relates to pe, relates to the mouth in Hebrew and Chaldeic script. So it relates to the mouth as the hieroglyph from whence it comes, and so it's got overtones of Mars. Even though it's relating to Saturn, it's got overtones of Mars, and Mars and Saturn have got this very close relationship where Mars represents action, dynamic action. Saturn represents contracts. So 8 also has an overtone of contracts because it relates to money, it relates to contracts, and contracts is the principle of contraction, principle of Saturn. But when the principle of contraction is put into dynamic activity, it's bringing the essence of Mars into it. So we could think of that as an interesting addition. And when we put 5 back into 8, we end up with 13. Now that was something that was mentioned by Moonfeather earlier. And that 13 is a dynamic 4, which is really, really interesting because it's carrying the vibration of unity of 1 and the dynamic of dynamism in activity, which is manifestation 3. So there's a very interesting relationship being expressed here by the number 8. And when we look at the physics of it, it's just, to me, it's something you said a minute ago, Lieber Lam, that actually got me thinking about that p orbitals. And I'd love for anybody to respond to this, although it's very abstract. I apologize. It's getting late.
Something I was thinking about as well is you brought up the 3 as it relates to the 8, and I'm big into thinking in terms of 3D geometries. So like the way that I think of 8 is almost like you have a tetrahedron which is upright and a tetrahedron which is downright, and together that's called a stella octangula, and I think it's interesting how it maps together in a very coherent, kind of seamless way, that you have the 2 and the 3 in the 8, even in like a succinct form of just 3D geometry, where it's like if you added anything to that or took anything away from that, it wouldn't be closed on itself.
That's a very interesting way of considering it, because I've not really taken that into account. I've always thought of the octahedron as being the expression 8, which it is on one level, and how the octahedron is the key to time-space. Once again, Saturn. Once again, the p orbital, the outer orbital, time-space, right? The atom, and the hourglass. And when it's on its side, it's infinity. So it's the key to time and space in a very dynamic way. And I think 8 has been, it's a number that a lot of people are a little bit wary of and afraid of, in a sense. Because think about 8 legs. What are you looking at when you look at 8 legs? You're looking at a scorpion. If you're not looking at a scorpion, you're looking at a spider. There are not many creatures that relate to number 8.
You're also looking at an octopus or Cthulhu, who is the spirit totem of the unconscious itself. And we're talking about going beneath the depths. So that's very frightening for most people. This is where the entirety of the horror genre actually came from.
Beautiful that you brought that into this dynamic. And the octopus, very, very interesting. Now, if we look at all of these creatures, okay, the Cthulhu we can't necessarily easily, but if we look at an octopus, and we look at a spider, and we look at a scorpion, we've got 3 very, very intelligent creatures. So intelligence is implicit with the number 8, I would say. High super intelligence, the kind of intelligence that can coordinate the structure of matter and be able to coordinate the dance of time, so that the dream time can have structure. The structure of 4, which is bound in 8, which is holding the potentialities of 2 in a dynamic trio to bring about the structure 1 and 2 both have a place. And so 1, 2, 3, and 4 are so beautifully expressed. And 8 is a mirror of 6, because like Libelam was pointing out, the Merkaba, which is the juxtapositioning of these 2 tetrahedrons, represent 6, but he can tie it in and turn them back on themselves, and you can express a number 8, which is showing how the Merkaba fits inside the octahedron because of this principle, which is interesting. This makes sense with the math that this would happen. He turns those back on themselves, and you've got the same dynamic expressed, but when you put the octahedron around the outside, it encapsulates the Merkaba, and when you look at what that fits into, it fits into a cube perfectly. So this 8 is fundamental to the intelligence of understanding the structure of matter. And so that comes back to that subconscious force that you're talking about, Kalil, which represents the true occult mind. And so now we're back to the sign of Scorpio, I think. And I'll leave it at that. If anybody else has got anything else to add about the number 8, please add it. we can go to 9 whenever anyone's ready.
I want to say that visualization you did there blew my mind. Like, I resonate with that a lot.
Can you guys hear the crickets? Yeah.
Yep.
Divine 9 it is.
Niner.
Completion, 9 completions. It's gonna be so we could close this out very lovely with the number 9.
The 49ers.
9 is a good leader and a good follower. 9 is the number of endings, completion. 9 is the vice president. It leads from behind. This is why they work so well with the number 1 energy, who leads out front. Very artistic. There's nothing that the 9 energy won't do, because the 9 is adaptation. 9 is here to help balance out all numbers, but specifically the master numbers. 9 life paths, and people born on the 9th, the 18th, and the 27th have problems with addiction. They need to watch who they hang out with, because they will adapt and double down on whatever is good or bad for them without proper knowledge of self.
Beautifully put, Carl. Beautifully put. And while you were talking, I was getting the impression, my gosh, it sounds like you're describing a mother, on one level. Even though it's not specifically the motherly archetype, it's like the womb in a sense. The womb where completion can be expressed completely. And you speak about how it leads from behind. It's sort of like in the old archetypal structure of the family, we see the man standing out in the front like, but actually it's always been the woman who's sort of leading from behind, in a sense, and representing this completion. Men, in my mind, don't represent completion in the way that a woman does, because the surrounding of all things, the circumscribing all things and putting all things in within oneself is like sort of what a womb does. So we could consider like the numbers beginning from the masculine and moving out towards the end. And when we're reaching the end, 9, we have to bring a 0 back into play, don't we? Because we're reaching towards the end of masculine potential, and now we're touching the womb. We're touching the woman again, the completeness. So 9 seems to have that symbiotic effect in that it mirrors everything so perfectly and beautifully, while also being creative. It adds to things in such a way that things are not diminished or changed, but they're not the same. So there's something quite profoundly mystical, and in this capacity, I see the powers of the moon as being actualized through 9. In terms of the actualization of the principle of the moon, to me, I see these 3 triangles as being the final structure of life force coming into its own and producing the whole thing, the body, the sub-full structure that's going to be able to hold in its perfection all of the numerations. And so in my mind, this is why it represents completion.
I love that, Franklin. It's connected to the moon in tarot, to the subconscious, right? Not only completion, but it's also the foundation to the universe. That's what's represented, as well as the hermit is the number 9. The hermit, although he's analytical, but he's quiet, pragmatic. When we say you need to go into hermit mode, it's because you need to withdraw. It's a time to withdraw from whatever's going around in your life, okay, and do some introspection to gather strength, to build up that energy, to listen to that voice, to spirit, you know, so then you're able to get the guidance that you need. So when you come out, you start again. So 9 leading back to the 1.
9 is the ultimate number of manifestation. See, the secret of the 9 is actually the hidden 0, or vice versa, because the 0 is naturally secretive by nature because it encompasses everything, right? So it hides the true nature of any number that it stands next to. This is why we want more zeros. But see, 9 is the closest manifestation of that. If you look at prices, the way they used to be, they were always ended with a 9-9, right? Because that was the most attractive, because you knew you were essentially done after that. Now it's changed primarily to an 8. You know, like an example I love giving is for those who are familiar with a dollar store. I mean the dollar store, not Family Dollar and not the Dollar Tree, or the dollar store, like 5 and dime. They raised their prices to $1.25, right? Because it adds up to 8, because it's a magnet, as opposed to buying something one time where it's complete. When you used to buy things that were 99, it was a one-time purchase, right? Those days are essentially gone, because it's about the parasitic system, or the matrix as we call it.
That is some good stuff right there.
Priceless. Beautiful, Cabala. I love the way you bring things back to the ground zero. You bring us down to the earth, because the earth is where it's all really happening. And to add a little bit to this concept of the 9, and I love the way you express that it's got the hidden 0 there. That's beautiful. The principle of the 9, when you say something is benign, right? So there's that. And 9 in German means like, or in some languages will sound like it's suggesting no. So it's sounding like it's negative, because it takes into itself, like a womb. This hidden 0 is ready to take things into itself there through the presence of 9. And so in its capacity as completion, it's also the manifestational master hub, as you so well pointed out. 3 is the principle of manifestation. But when you have 3 and you have 3 and you have 3, you've got 3 3s. And that's where you're reaching your final point of manifestation. What was begun in the principle of 3 form becomes objective in 9. So I like to think of 9 as objectivity, being able to be objective, being able to consider all things in its relativity, objectively. This relativity is bound in 8. This is this high intellect of 8, being able to consider all of these realities. But in 9, it becomes grounded, and it gets seen in perspective. So words like perspective, objectivity, and my gosh, let's not even begin with creativity, because like the creativity of 9 is power. It's a real powerful. It is. I see 9 as being the closest number that represents the womb, if we really want to think about it in terms of its manifestation. And it also represents, as Moonflower said, foundation, Yesod. Yesod is the 9th sphere, and it literally translates to foundation. And you mentioned the number 9 with the Hermit. And when we look at this, which is very interesting, there is the sphere of 9 of the letter Aleph, Bet, Jimal, Dalet, He, Vav, Zayin, Chet, Tet. So Tet relates to the serpent, which is quite interesting. And that is the 9th letter of the Hebrew alphabet. And so that relates to strength. Leo, the 10th card, bringing us back to 1. So implying that 0 back and compounding the 9 to reach its zenith, where 1 is once again an expression of 9, but with the womb present. 10. So Tet is this power of the serpent, which is the power of manifesting everything that has come before it through all of the numbers, the numerations by 3, compounding 3 times. I love the way we've sort of tied it together, but I don't want to take up all the space.
You hit on a lot right there, Franklin. There's a reason why the 9 is so linked to the number 2, right? Because that 2 is that mother energy, that feminine energy, right? That feminine, right? Feminine. See how it shows up there. If you look at how the number of man is 6, right? That's the 0 and see it getting an erection. When you look at the 9, well, that looks like a child in the womb with an umbilical cord, right? You see how that works? So like everything literally comes from the mother. If you take the 9 or the 6 and take that little circle and open it back up again, you get to 0. So you see how and why it represents completion.
Another thing about 9 is I feel like it represents death in a way which is beyond death. In the way that we usually think about kind of where we end at. It's usually not an end which is lasting, but with 9 it is lasting. And the way that I was thinking about it is it's like eternity dawning on the dark night of the soul, where in the darkness, to the soul perceives that darkness as the only thing that's sustained. And when 9 is kind of reached, when we're talking about 9 being in that mix, I feel like we're talking about the alpha and the omega coming together, the 1 and the 0.
That's exactly what we're talking about. If you look at the flag of the Vatican, right, and I have to point out my father for giving me the name that I have, because I have 2 keys in my name. If you look at the flag of the Vatican, it is the silver and the gold, the key to earth and the key to heaven. Now, the divine 9 is represented in that flag, but it's not so obvious to point out. But there's a reason why we use 9 for completion. If you add 1 through 8, 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6 plus 7 plus 8, you get 36, right? So 3 plus 6 is 9. It doesn't have to add itself. You see?
Damn.
And when you add 9, you get 45. So you're still on point.
Exactly. So you can begin now when you begin to look at mythology, you can see things on a different level. When you look at the 27 club, right? Again, that's 9. When you look at the mirror of that, the 72 Goetia, again, that's 9. And we're talking about legions there. So we can begin to understand what's actually being conveyed symbolically through frequency that we call numbers.
And I don't want to cut off the discussion on the 9, but I also want to reach out to adding a 3 to that 9 and how that kind of plays a perverse role in it. And I guess the way that I'm thinking about it is like you have the 9, but if you pass by that 9 and you get to the 12, you start getting into the territory of the 12 demons of Sumer, the kind of time itself with the 12 times 5, 60 plays out in time in all sorts of ways. You have 60 seconds, 60 minutes. 360 is six is 6 sets of 60.
Yes, indeed.
I thought to give this opportunity, there's a link tree there. Roundtable panel will take you to get a lot of information. The moon feather, I'd like you to put yours in your YouTube channel, unless I can find it here. Moon feather is going to be doing a live. Why did you tell us about a moon feather?
Yes, thank you, Franklin. You know, that's the next thing I want to do is a link tree. So I will be hitting you up to show me the ropes on that. But yes, I am going to listen to Spirit because I've been wanting to do a podcast for many years, and I think I kind of would do good on it, but I kind of always put it to the back burner. But I think this is a time where I really need to express my creativity and share a lot of these spiritual blessings that I do have and gifts with I would say with a close set of people, because this is a time where I've been really finding my vibe tribe. You know, it called on me, so I'm gonna listen. Next Wednesday, August 9th at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I will be handing out free 1-card tarot readings. I'm going to be doing some dream decoding, which, oh my gosh, me and dreams, oh, forget it. It's a lot there. And I want to share with people because I know a lot of people have a lot of questions about their dreams and stuff. And for some reason, I don't know how I came into a lot of this knowledge. It's just there. You know, so I'm going to try to make the show not too long, maybe 30 minutes. I want to make it really, really fun. And I really hope everyone can make it.
I will be adding your YouTube channel onto that link tree. It's got the other channels. It's got, if you go and take a look at it, I'll go and touch it up now because now you're using your channel, and we'll put that on there. It's got, what is it got? Kalals. Yeah, it's got Kalals, it's got everybody. But let me just click on Winter. Let's see what it takes us to. Oh, no, I've already got yours on. Great. I put it on before.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Well, if you go there, you'll be able to find, just click on Moonflower's name and it'll take you straight to her YouTube. Click on Kalals, it'll take you to his. Click on, well, everybody's names are there, and you just click on the link tree. Very easy, just roundtable panel, linktree dot, or link to r.ee/roundtable panel. Very easy to put in. And yeah, you can find us all there. But we can continue with the number 9 for now. And also, I believe that something else to notice is Ronan's going to tell us about what he's doing as well. He's done something very interesting with Carl, and he's working in collaboration with Moonfeather as well. Is that not correct, Ronan?
Very true.
Well, regardless, Ronan does have. Go to his YouTube channel, you'll be able to actually see what he's doing there. He'll be mentioning, I think it's 2 or 3 videos back, he's pointing out what he's building. So go to Ronan's channel. It's really, there's some awesome content there. If you haven't seen it, he did a really great interview. I haven't actually had time to watch it yet, with the guys that are making bots for trading. So Ronan is the trading guy. He's an authentic person that you can rely on to be able to give you stable information, because he's a very stable guy, very down to earth in his way. And I think the number 4 is an expression of your number 1. As I've gotten to know you, you're definitely a number 1, but you've also got that stability of 4. which makes for a very powerful one.
100%, man. Appreciate that. Yeah, come check out my YouTube. If you're interested in any of these decodes of your life, I mean, Kalel is one of the best in the business as far as I know. So if you want to also get into crypto, you know, watch my videos, and we have an NFT. So if you want to buy a Kalel Keanu NFT, you get a super major discount on that, decoding your life. And, you know, you want to use someone that you trust, someone that's doing it from the heart. And I can tell you Kalel is absolutely that being. You don't have to buy an NFT to reach out to Kalel. You'll just have to pay full price. And we want to pay and support our brothers and sisters in these communities. You know, we want to keep the Mooney in the community. So check that out. And we'll be coming back doing our the Ronin experience maybe next month sometime. But yeah, love, peace, and harmony to everyone. This was a lot of fun. I'm gonna drop off, and it's an honor always to sit here and hang out with you guys and gals, because you're so powerful and amazing, and I learn so much. So thank you very much. Gratitude.
Peace and blessings, Ronan. Thank you. See you later.
Love, peace, and power, Ronan.
Oh, we're working on a moon feather NFT also. So you'll get it'll include a free type of reading when you buy the NFT. So you're not giving donations. This is you're buying something and you're getting something in return for it. So yeah, so we're gonna constantly grow that and just bring something new and cool and different ways to operate commercially, financially. So yeah.
It is.
Thank you so much. And I love your grounded wisdom. I love the way your mind works. I love the way you break words down. It's beautiful. It's really on point. It's really what the occult is. The logos is all about breaking down the words. And like you mentioned, Khalil's doing amazing grimoires. He did a wonderful piece for me recently. I haven't had the time to follow all the through. I've gone back to it twice in the last couple of days. I've been rather busy, exceptionally busy. Moonfeather as well is doing readings, so it would be worth going to take a look at Moonfeather's expose. I believe Kala's also going to be bringing out more content. Am I right, Kala?
Yes, I'm always working on something. I've been writing tremendously with the time that I've had. School and work have come back in a very real way, but I'm thankful for that because it actually allows me to do some more work. It is much needed. I love helping people tap into themselves. And despite what we have been collectively taught, or should I say not taught, numerology is everywhere. There is no getting away from it. The more you try, the more you actually see that you actually need it. So I love helping people tap in with themselves. If I can give out a free key, it's very important to know what season you're in, what cycle you're in. So in the same way that you would sum up your life path number by adding your birthday, you would take your birthday and birth month and add them to the current year you're in. That reduction is going to tell you what your focus needs to be for the season that you are actually in.
Thank you for that, Carlisle. Beautiful. And I'm looking forward to seeing Carlisle's shows as well. Coming to his YouTube channel. He's going to be bringing them out. His YouTube is on that link tree. But we're going to put more links on there. I'm sure we're going to get individual link trees and put individual link tree links onto the roundtable link tree, so you can go from there to find every other link tree. So remember that the roundtable link tree, it will be updated with more links. There'll be a lot more options to find there. And I haven't mentioned, last but definitely not least, Libelam. He is quite the astrologer, but more than an astrologer, he's a philosopher of astrology. So I think Liberal is going to be working on astrological charts at some point. Am I right or am I wrong?
Absolutely. I would say like my primary focus is as a mystic, but my form of service to others is in the form of astrology. And so you don't have to pay me to do astrology. Like if you come to me and you give me your astrological information, I will give you a reading, and all you have to do is enjoy it to your greatest ability. And if you feel that it's worthy of some form of compensation, then that's what then I would love that. But I appreciate the learning of astrology more than I appreciate the business of it, I guess. So I take as much joy in giving the readings as I do in just them, having value to the people that receive them.
So go to Balam's YouTube account and make comments, and then he'll find you through your YouTube. That's one way of doing it. You can make a comment there, and he'll then give you a link in the comments of his videos, and he's going to be posting videos too on his YouTube account. So all the YouTube accounts that are going to be active effectively. So keep your eyes on them, and I hope you've all enjoyed this discussion on numbers. If there's any other numbers, any other discussions, anything else anybody wants to say about the number 9, because it's like, have we finished it or have we not finished it? I can't quite tell. But 9 in itself is always complete. So I'll leave that to the rest of the panel.
If I could say one more thing about 9, we have a triple stage of birth, or 3 trimesters, for a reason, which gives you, again, in and of itself, the 369.
That's so beautiful, the way you tie that back to the womb, the 9 months. Beautiful. We missed the most important part of the number 9. 9 months, we were all in the womb.
Everything comes from Big Mama. That original triple crown that's also on the flag of the Vatican. That's what that represents.
That's beautiful, Cabala. It's lovely that you bring that in there. And that's also related to Isis. If you look at the High Priestess, look what she's wearing on her head. So there's something quite suggestive here of initiation, in a sense, and how the birth canal is an initiation into life. And how 3, when multiplied by 3 times, comes into a state of completion, and it takes somebody that's complete to initiate you into something, a new beginning, in a sense. You need to go to somebody who's completed this course of training to train you in martial arts or whatever it is you want to learn.
Yes, indeed. The real initiation is being born of a woman, born and baptized of a woman.
That's probably a brilliant place to leave this conversation.
Absolutely, beautifully put.
Yep, agreed.
I want to thank you all for just being amazing and bringing so many wonderful ideas into the proverbial bank of ideas. That's what this has become. I've been thinking, what is round table? Round table is like a bank of ideas. We just come and deposit. We're just depositing into the bank. And it's like, it's growing in interest. So I'd like to thank all of you for being such wonderful depositors into this proverbial account of bank of ideas of the round table, where we've just got knowledge and information pouring in at a rate of knots.
Sounds like a real credit union to me.
I just want to wish everyone peace and blessings. Thank you so much, Franklin, for always providing a wonderful, wonderful space for us to be here, to share our thoughts, to just share what's in our heart, and I'm so grateful to you, Liberlam, for joining, to you, Kalal, to Ronan, Rama, she's a trooper. She's been in the chats. She's been chiming in, responding. She's feeling sick, but she's still pushing through. Rama, we're sending you love and healing light and energy. And we love you very much. And yeah, guys, I wish much love and protection for all of our children as well. And have a beautiful night, guys.
Love, peace, and power to Ramon, who's been killing it in the chat. I hope that you feel better absolutely sooner rather than later. Love, peace, and power to Moon Feather, and make sure to check out her live coming up on the 9th. Might I add? It's on the 9th, right? Yeah. Love, peace, and power to Libra Lamb. Okay, thank you. Yeah, most definitely. Franklin, love, peace, and power to Ronan, and all the babies, let them do what they do. Let's give them the proper space so they can do what they do. I love how Franklin always have that beautiful noise in the background. I would never complain about that because that's actually a blessing. You know what I mean? So love, peace, and power to all the parents.
It is such an honor to share the space with you guys there. As I've said before, I don't think anything like this is available anywhere else on the internet. It's very, very special and dear to my heart. Each of you have, it's like I've been growing in each of these discussions, and I feel that I grow only because I have other powerful beings to share with and to grow with. So thank you all for that. Love, peace, and power.
Amen to that, and totally agree. I find this is a wonderful cathartic space where we get to look at our own expressions and see other expressions which are different but the same, but samely different and differently the same, and gain different insight, which is wonderful. We really get to look at ourselves quite closely. And I love the way we all bring such different aspects to the table, and somehow it finds harmony. And like everybody said, Ramon, I didn't want to put you on the spot, but thank you. You are such a beautiful presence. Ramon is also going to be doing a YouTube blog at some point, and I'm really looking forward to this. I'm looking forward to the ladies in the room getting out there. So the first one is going to be on the proverbial table, is Moonflower, but I have a feeling Ramon is going to be bringing something else at some point. And I know it's also going to be good. I know they're both going to be amazing. I think we're going to find the ladies are going to start like really dropping the hammer. And I think it's really needed because it seems like a lot of the YouTube space is dominated a bit by men. Not that, that it's obviously why, because like women, men can be dogs when it comes to women. They stalk women and behave worse than women normally behave towards men. Not that women can't behave badly to men, but just more often than not, you hear stories about women being like stalked, and it's a lot more of a challenge. So it takes a really brave woman to put herself out there on YouTube. And what we've got here is two brave women. So thank you, Ramon. Thank you, Moonfeather. Thank you, everybody, for making this so magical and so amazing, which is why it goes on for like 4 or 5 hours. We weren't planning this. We were planning to shut this down after 2 hours, and we just couldn't help ourselves. So thank you all.
Bless you, Franklin. Bless you.
Thank you, Franklin.
And thank you to all of you that have watched and been a part of this. Thank you, Ellie. You've brought some amazing stuff to the table. And not just you. I mean, we've had a few people in here. Vega, always lovely to have you around. And everybody else has been in the chat. God bless you all. Thank you all for making this such a wonderful conversation. It's really about bringing us all together and finding that singular expression in diversity which unifies us all. So much love to all of you. Have a gorgeous day. Om Shanti.